people to take their seats, please. Thank you. Well, good morning and welcome everyone to CANFORUM 2022. My name's Karen Middleton. I'm a journalist, the chief political correspondent with the Saturday paper, but today I am your MC. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend those respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. And we do have an audience here in the room and online, so welcome to those with us online as well. As I've just mentioned, this event is being live streamed. And I have got some housekeeping just for those who are in the room, so those watching online can bear with us for a moment. Please do set your mobile phones to silent. I've just double-checked mine. And try to limit the movement around the room if we possibly can, and in terms of noise. The bathrooms, which hopefully you've already noticed, are out in the foyer at the top of the stairs here. And there are some fire exits too that I need to point out to you. There are two either side. I feel like a flight attendant this morning. One here and one here, which will open in the event of a fire, which we doubt is going to occur, and the ones from up the top, the one you came in through, and one at the top there. So please bear those in mind. If you have any questions through the day, please grab the people from Rare Cancers Australia. They are here to help you, and they'd be most happy to do that. I'd also like to acknowledge those among us, both online and here in the room, who've been touched by cancer. Some of you may know that I am part of that group. Over the summer early this year, I was diagnosed with a neuroendocrine tumour. It was in my intestine, very small, fortunately, and caught very early before it had spread. It was successfully removed through surgery in March here in Canberra, and I feel unbelievably grateful to all of the exceptional medical professionals who diagnosed, treated and cared for me. I'm incredibly fortunate to be on a surveillance regime without the need at this stage for further treatment. In fact, my first 6-monthly post-surgical checkup is tomorrow. So you could say I'm quite invested in this conversation that we're having today, and I'm very glad to be here on every level. Conversations about cancer, as we all know, can be difficult. So if at any stage you feel the need to step aside, to mute, or to leave the event, please feel free to do so. The aim of CANFORUM today, brought to you by Rare Cancers Australia, is to change the way we think about cancer care here in this country. Today we're joined by leading experts and patient advocates from across the cancer community who will challenge our collective thinking on a key issue: what is the value of a life? It's a timeless question, so why are we asking it now? Why is the theme of value so critical to Australians living with cancer at this particular moment in time? This short video will hopefully help explain.
How do you assign value to your life? How do you quantify your impact on the world and those around you?
What is the value of a child?
A sibling,
A parent.
or a friend. The Australian government is reviewing how it assesses new medicines, including for people with cancer.
This assessment affects whether every Australian diagnosed with cancer has timely and affordable access to the medicines they need.
Right now, the decision to invest in a cancer treatment is based on an arbitrary estimate of what a year of a person's life is worth.
But the value of a person's life is more than just one simple equation.
There are physical, psychological, social and economic benefits to improving and prolonging a person's quality of life, as well as their impacts on those they touch: partners and children, friends and family, neighbours and employers. Our inaction on investing in life-saving treatments is making many treatment options unaffordable or unavailable for too many Australians.
So, do the financial costs outweigh the value of successful cancer treatment in a human life?
Rare Cancers Australia and Canteen have explored the impact of cancer on the lives of parents with dependent children and their families, and the economic and societal benefits achieved by investing in cancer treatments.
We considered both immediate financial impacts as well as the opportunities that flow onto families friends, communities, and governments. Like the ability for parents to care for their children, to provide stable relationships, and to alleviate mental health impacts for young people. Through this process of understanding, measuring, and reporting, we found that every $1 invested in cancer treatments returns more than $3 in social and economic value, creating a win-win situation that benefits not only individuals and families, but communities and economies.
It's clear we have to change how we assess the value of medicines.
If we shift our collective thinking from the financial costs to their value and impact on real people and real families,
We can design a system that better values Australian lives.
we can't afford to wait.
I'd now like to welcome our first speaker this morning to the stage, Richard Vines. Richard is the co-founder and chief executive of Rare Cancers Australia. He's convener and co-chair of the National Oncology Alliance and deputy chair of OMICO. Richard also serves as an associate investigator on several research projects and is a spokesperson for cancer patient advocacy issues, both in Australia and across the Asia-Pacific region. Welcome, Richard.
Good morning. Applause at the start's always safer than applause at the end. Good morning, welcome. Let me also begin by paying my respects to the traditional owners of this land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and to their elders past and present, and to their emerging leaders. Let me also start by saying thank you to the Rare Cancers Australia team who put this event together. It is, as Simone Layden from Neuroendocrine Cancers Australia wrote to me the other day, said it's a massive undertaking and the guys have been fabulous. So my thanks to Christine, Natalie, Plum and the whole team, and I won't try to name everybody, but they're all here and they've all done a fantastic job, and the ones that aren't here are online trying to manage interactions with all of our streaming guests. My latest information on that point is that we have over 500 attendees in total, which is really exciting. And we hope that CANFORUM, as we go forward, will just get bigger and braver and better as an annual event where we can think differently about cancer and how we treat it. It's also wonderful to see so many patients here, and I'm delighted to welcome the leaders of so many of Australia's leading cancer patient organisations. All patients should be heartened by the fact that increasingly organisations like Rare Cancers, Cancer Council Australia, Breast Cancer, Neuroendocrine Cancer Australia, Lymphoma Foundation, Leukemia Foundation, and so many more are all increasingly working together. And tomorrow we all get to march over to Woden to sit down as a collective to talk about issues that specifically relate, common issues that we have that relate to all cancer patients in one united voice. It's, I'm tempted to go to the ACTU analogy, but probably I shouldn't. But it's just fantastic. And a special mention to Peter Orchard, the CEO of Canteen. He and his colleagues have been incredibly enthusiastic and willing participants in drafting this report, Counting the Cost. And we're launching it later today, and we'll be talking about it a bit further on. As many of you will know, because you've been here before or you've been online, CANFORUM is our flagship advocacy event, where we aim to bring together the cancer community's leading expert to help us imagine a different world for cancer treatment and dream of a more inclusive world for Australians living with rare and complex cancers, achieved through policy change. Professor Andrew Wilson, who's speaking today, once said to me, if you want to get change, you have to go to the big house. Well, guess what, guys? We're in the big house. Our first version of CANFORUM was held in 2015 at University of Sydney and was called the Sickle Treat Sessions. The event featured such prominent thinkers as Professor Ian Fraser and Professor David Thomas, and focused on broad topics such as genomic science and rare cancer patient access to medicine. As you may have guessed, the name Sickle Treat Sessions didn't didn't exactly resonate across the cancer community, and my career in marketing came to an end. In 2016, we moved the event to Parliament House and renamed it the CANFORUM, and this is where we are today. In 2017, we released a report called Rare Solutions that asked for more money for rare cancer research and for action on enabling better access to treatment. Minister Hunt arrived at 9:30 just after we started and announced increased funding for both rare cancers and rare diseases, and also requested an inquiry chaired by Professor Wilson into how we might allow companies to make an application that allows a drug to be listed on the PBS for multiple cancer types. It'll be great to talk to him later to see and hear and get his thoughts on that topic. The following year, we released the results of a survey of oncologists and haematologists that indicated Australians were spending over $200 million per year on non-PBS funded medicines, which I still believe was a very conservative figure. Very important people who I didn't know even had telephones lost their minds and rang me. And senior government officials said it was irresponsible of clinicians to prescribe non-PBS medicines. And I still think that's an extremely outrageous statement when you consider that the treatments we're talking about have been approved by organisations like the Food and Drug Administration in the US and the EMA in Europe. I recall being asked by an ABC journo why I thought this was a problem because you can't treat everybody and it was too expensive to treat rare cancer patients. My response was that in most cases we're talking about a drug that is already available for a common cancer, and it costs no more to treat a rare patient than it would to treat a melanoma patient with an immuno-oncology drug. So let me give you a more detailed example. Kate, my wife, co-founder and recently appointed ambassador for rare cancers, is a long-term medullary thyroid cancer, or MTC, patient. MTC is a rare cancer, approximately 100 to 120 cases each year in Australia. In the US, there are 4 treatments which have been progressively approved and registered and made available to patients over the last 10 years, since 2012. In Australia, we have 0. Yet each of the 4 companies that make those drugs are present in this country. In fact, I think they're all in the room. If companies are choosing not to participate in Australia's registration and reimbursement processes for whatever reason, it's not good enough for government or anyone else to simply say, well, we can't consider it because we haven't had an application. There's clearly a problem, so let's fix it. And industry also has a part to play in this. You know, I've often said that industry calls itself the life sciences industry, and we need to focus on the life as well as the science. After a couple of years of delivering CANFORUM online and the success of our Vision 2030 and Rights and Roles reports, we hope the success of CANFORUM continues today. At lunchtime, we'll be formally launching our joint report with Canteen, Counting the Cost, the true value of investing in cancer treatments, with the Minister and Shadow Minister. In the meantime, we hope that our lineup of speakers will leave us thinking about how we value the lives of Australian cancer patients when government is deciding whether to reimburse the medicines they need, and what we can do together to change the current policy to ensure no patient ever has to decide between life-extending and life-saving treatments and whether or not they can afford it. You can expect the perspectives of today's speakers to be challenging. Some may even be difficult to hear, but all of them will help us question our own thinking, and this is exactly what CANFORUM seeks to do. It's not a cheerleading session. To bring together leading experts from a wide range of fields, leaders with their own unique views and expertise that is different to our own, and then ask the hard questions, have the difficult conversations, and leave with a broader perspective than when we arrived. And before we go further, let me reflect for a moment on how this report, Counting the Cost, and the subject of how we value lives came about. In 2019, Kate and I were sitting with a group of breast cancer patients in Kuala Lumpur, and they were explaining their experiences and the myriad challenges their disease raised with their health system. One young woman, I will call her Grace, told her story. She had 4 children. The oldest was 12, and she had been living with breast cancer for 4 years and had been on her Herceptin for the last 2 years. She was fit and well. To fund her treatment, she and her husband had sold their house and were in danger of exhausting their savings. I said, what happens when the money runs out? And Grace said in tears, well, then I die. And no one in the room spoke. I reflected for a while on this obscenity, for want of a better word. And what I kept coming back to was that the cost of treating Grace was a lot less than the cost of the implications of her death. And by cost, I don't mean money. I mean the pain of loss to her children, husband and wider family. She was a volunteer at the patient group I was visiting, and that contribution and experience would be lost as well, and so much more. The ripple effect of not treating her would roll through generations. And then I looked at our work in Australia with our patient treatment fund, and I saw the same waste of lives when, for whatever reason, a drug is not funded for an Australian patient, and that leads to their premature death. I vividly remember Eric, a man who we managed to fund 2 rounds of Keytruda for. He had been diagnosed with adenoid cystic carcinoma, which is salivary gland cancer. When his daughter came to see us, he was already in a wheelchair, but with no hope of funding his treatment himself. After 2 rounds and a bit of time, we rang to discuss his progress, and he was in his backyard chopping wood. He subsequently died much later, and we'll never know what might have been had he been able to stay on the treatment. But his daughters almost certainly lost their father earlier than they should. Since 2014, RCA has raised over $5 million to help patients get access to treatments their doctors said they need. We shouldn't need to do it, but we're glad that we can. You'll hear from Angus later, who helped fundraise for treatment more than 5 years ago, and we're delighted he's with us today to tell us his story. A fact that Angus won't mention is that he went out, his family went out, and they went out on a current affair, and we exceeded the target that we had by $150,000. And that $150,000 helped so many other patients and so many other lives. It was an extraordinary success, and it's just great to see him here today. We've helped ordinary Australians from central Sydney to Northern Territory to the Pilbara. We've helped them with fundraising for cancers previously thought of as common, but now we know that even common cancers have rare subtypes and can become very difficult to treat. They can also struggle for access to subsidised medicines. We need to do this in part because our current system doesn't value them or their experience. But now we have an opportunity. The government and the pharmaceutical industry have agreed to review and hopefully change the way we assess medicines for reimbursement in this country. The HTA review, it's called, Health Technology Assessment. And if you're ever struggling to get to sleep, then study it. It's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that the people diagnosed with cancer and other diseases are put at the centre of the assessment process. What matters to them must be counted and incorporated. Things like being able to care for and educate their children, being present for important family milestones, and being able to do the things they love the most. These things have immense value to a human being in our society, but that value is not being adequately considered in the government's decision to invest in their cancer treatment. So how can we ensure they are? We need to incorporate them into the system we use for assessing new medicines. And in order to incorporate them into that system, we need to find a way to quantify the unquantifiable, to attach a dollar value to things that are priceless, to take them out of the too hard basket and put them on the table for everyone to see, and to acknowledge that they matter, that they really fundamentally matter. We must find a way to make them count. In short, we need to measure the loss and experience of Grace, Eric, and hundreds, if not thousands of others. This is what our Counting the Cost report aims to do. It demonstrates that there is a way to quantify the things that matter most to a person. It may be blunt and imperfect science, but if we can manage to quantify these things, we are one step closer to getting them incorporated into the assessment process where they rightfully belong. To have them considered when deciding not on the cost effectiveness or comparative cost effectiveness of a drug, but on the value of a cancer treatment, and ultimately to change the way we think about cancer treatments, not as a cost, but as an investment in Australian families, workplaces, communities, and societies. Thank you for being here today, and please have a great day. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much. You've captured very well, and I think nice and frankly the challenges we're talking about today. I have to say, you reminded me of my non-expertise. In preparing for this session, I did have to keep Googling HTA, Health Technology Assessments, and SROI, Social Return on Investment. I'm getting better. I will try to avoid the acronyms. I plead with everyone to do that. Again, thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Orchard. Peter is CEO of Canteen, Australia's leading youth cancer charity, providing evidence-based support to young people and families impacted by cancer. Peter has worked with young people for over 30 years and has served as Deputy CEO at Headspace and Director of Australian Healthcare Associates. Peter, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge Richard Vines, CEO of Rare Cancers Australia. We have loved working with the Rare Cancers team, Richard, on this project. Such an important project, and you were the driving force. You were the one who said we need to do this, and we were happy to come along for the ride, really. So great work. Thank you. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all. Let me get my clicker happening, get that face off the screen, and then we'll get the better faces on the screen. Canteen clearly is interested in young people. We are working with 12 to 25-year-olds who are dealing with the impact of cancer in their lives, whether it be their own diagnosis or that of a close family member like a parent or sibling, or the tragic loss of a family member to cancer. We know the costs of cancer are not just financial. This is highlighted by the impact cancer has had on 3 young Canteen board directors, and I'm going to talk you through them today. Sinead Carnell's first experience with cancer was at 10 years old when her dad was diagnosed with bowel cancer. Fortunately, he has been in remission since 2009. Fast forwarding to high school though, just before her Year 12 exams, Sinead's mum was diagnosed with metastatic melanoma. Tragically, she passed away at the start of 2016. Soon after she joined Canteen, Sinead realised that she was not alone, and she was able to learn how to manage her overwhelming sense of grief through the counselling and peer support from Canteen. Now at 24 years old, she sits on Canteen's board of directors, having experienced firsthand the empowerment and support that Canteen offers. While outside of Canteen, Sinead is working as a doctor in a public hospital in Perth. Malia Emerson Lafawai, just shuffling my papers, sorry, joined Canteen in 2017 at the age of 21, a year after her mum's cancer diagnosis. Her mum, Jill, was only 58 years old. Before Canteen, Malia was convinced that no one would understand what she was going through. She describes her first few sessions as a revelation. Malia has been in therapy with Canteen for 4 years. She says Canteen kept her afloat when her mum went into palliative care and died at the end of 2019. Malia completed a law degree a year after her mum died. The thing that we all understand in this room, and that we need government to understand in terms of the HTA review, is that when one person in the family is diagnosed and treated for cancer, everyone in that family is impacted, regardless of whether it is a child or a parent who is diagnosed. If we just look at mental health and well-being, putting aside the many, many other impacts of cancer, we can see just how significant a cost cancer can have on an individual, community, and economy. Up to 90% of parents and 50% of children and young people will experience a mental health disorder, such as depression, PTSD, or anxiety, or related symptoms as a direct result of their cancer. I first met Joey Lynch 9.5 years ago. Joey is chair of Canteen's board And at 15 years of age, he was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 3B. This kick-started a long journey of many, many different treatments, including the second stem cell transplant, giving Joey severe, life-threatening graft versus host disease. In 2015, there were no curative options left in Australia. But Joey wasn't done with living, so he looked overseas. And at that stage, I saw Joey for the second time, and I didn't recognise him. When I first saw him, he was this big, fit young man. He was painfully thin, and there was twice that year we thought he would die. But he wasn't done, and so he found an early phase CAR T clinical trial in the US. Only snag was it cost $840,000 and the money had to be paid up front. A daunting task for a young man with no savings. So of course his parents came in behind him, mortgaged their house, and that paid for half of it, and then the other half came from the community coming in behind him in their droves. This clinical trial bought Joey more time, but he relapsed. Then Joey was put on fortnightly infusions of an immunotherapy agent. However, another snag, it cost $76,000 for the first year of treatment for that agent. And that came out of Joey's pocket. And we thought then he was going to go on to compassionate access. And we thought, great, the costs are done. He is now really able to just get on with life. However, roll forward 3 years, and in 2 months he's found out he has to pay $33,000 for another year of treatment with the same agent. So now what for Joey? His specialist has advised him that he can't possibly risk another relapse. There will be no coming back from that. And so he should continue the treatment. Right now, Joey is shocked. He and his partner had started thinking about their future, and now he thinks those things just can't happen. He can't afford to do those things and pay for treatment. However, this young man has not stopped living. Even when he was at his sickest, he was still going to the canteen office for the local youth committee meetings or to interview potential staff. His commitment to young people impacted by cancer has been unrelenting and enormously impactful. He advocated in 2015 when he was advocating for clinical trials with us when he wasn't going to benefit from those trials. And we persuaded the then Minister Susan Lee, and really it was Joey who did it, to invest $5 million in clinical trials for adolescents and young adults. Just like Richard's group, and that group is a very large group, adolescents and young adults experience rare or rarer cancers, and so they don't have access to the same trials that are there for the larger cancer groups. So that was Joey's advocacy that got us there. He also got on with his life in every other way possible. If anyone was a case in point in terms of this report, it's Joey Lynch. Palliative and expected to die in 2015. 7 years later, Joey is still alive and well and living life absolutely to the full. He is continuing to do work for Canteen. He's continuing to drive his sporting journalism career. He's doing all of those other things. He's been living successfully because of his fortnightly infusions of an immunotherapy agent. His extension of life has become a life being lived, and yet he is required to fund a pharmaceutical that is clearly working. Paying to live is just not right when there is no rational reason for it. Sorry. Went one too far, or it's missing. So why is this report important to us? Look, we've joined with Rare Cancers on this because of Joey, because of Malia, because of Sinead. Their lives lived without family members, or their lives lived paying for their cancer treatment, have been hugely impacted. Sinead and Malia would have loved their mother to have lived more years. They would have loved their mothers to see them graduate, one as a doctor and the other as a lawyer. And that is now lost to them. In terms of Joey, he continues to live, but all of his aspirations for the future are now in doubt as he continues to pay huge sums of money, almost up to $1 million it's cost him so far since 2015. We need this report to be heard. We need to get behind this report and drive it hard with government. And it's wonderful that we've got Andrew here today from the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee. And I want to acknowledge Andrew for his work with adolescents and young adults. He's been involved with Canteen for a period of time, overseeing our youth cancer services. So it's been wonderful having his involvement there, and have deep respect for Andrew. But we really need this message to get through that cancer must be costed differently. This is an investment, not a cost to Australia. So thank you. Now, I get to keep going just for a moment because I need to introduce someone very special as well. I got spoilt on this one. I met Sean 10 years ago, and Sean, now it's 14 it should be, sorry, there's an error there. Sean, 29 years, joined Canteen at 14 because his mother had advanced cancer. He commenced as a Canteen board director at the age of 21 and finished last August at the AGM. He's been a wonderful advocate for young people, and he's been incredibly supportive of young people dealing with cancer. And he was recognised for that as the ACT Young Australian of the Year for 2022. So please welcome Sean Dondas to the stage.
Thank you, Peter, for that introduction. I want to thank Rare Cancers Australia and Canteen for inviting me to share my story today at CANFORUM. It is an honour to speak about the impact of the death of my mum, Saluna, on myself and my two younger brothers, Matthew and Aaron. In a fortnight, it'll mark 13 years since she died from cervical cancer. Before I speak about the ripple effect that Mum's death had on our family, I want to briefly talk about Father's Day. I haven't seen my dad in over 20 years. Last time I heard from him was when he called after Mum's death to say that he could only look after 2, not 3 of us brothers, as he'd remarried for the 3rd time with another child. Part of the reason why Mum's death is harder is because Mum's family is all based in Malaysia. Losing Mum was like losing Mum, Dad, Auntie, Uncle, Grandma, Grandpa, because she played all these roles. Therefore, I want to acknowledge all the parents and parental figures in the audience who play an important role on Father's Day. This brings us back to the central question of this forum. What is the value of a life? What is the value of Mum's life? Does Mum's life cease to have value after death? These are difficult questions, especially as her value to me isn't the same as your loved ones are to you and your families. Mum was born in Kuching, Malaysia. She was the youngest of 5 daughters. Fiercely independent, she had hopes and dreams. She wanted to see the world. She married my dad and moved back with him to Perth. Over the next 4 years, she had myself, Matthew, and Aaron. My parents separated shortly after. We became a tight-knit family of 4. Mum was the driving force, single-handedly raising us 3 boys by herself with little support. We didn't have much financially or access to social networks, but we did have love and each other, and that's all we needed. Life was tough. Mum ensured we had a roof over our heads, even if it meant constantly renting. She ensured we had food on the table, even if it meant we relied at times on organisations such as St. Vinny's. Mum ensured we had the best education, even if it meant social stigma from parents at school because we were poor, didn't have a dad, or relied on public transport. The first time cancer crashed into our life was in 2005. I was in year 7, and we were living in an old and mouldy 1-bedroom apartment. It was a school night, and Mum was feeling unwell. So unwell that she had to call an ambulance and rush to hospital. That was the first night my brothers and I were left alone. The first night I was responsible for looking after my younger brothers. The first night we knew our lives would never be the same. During that period, I was always anxiously hearing ambulance sirens, thinking it would be Mum and we'd never see her again. Mum eventually came home and told us she had cervical cancer, but she was going to have surgery. My mind stopped thinking about the worst case scenario. My brothers and I could relax and focus on our education and just be young people like our peers. I was 12 years old, but as the eldest sibling, it meant stepping up and taking on additional household responsibilities such as cleaning, washing, shopping, and paying bills. The next few years were happier and cancer-free. This photo was taken on Mum's 35th birthday and my first day of high school at Trinity College in East Perth after receiving a bursary. Mum also completed her diploma of early childhood education. We were proud of her, especially as English was Mum's second language. Mum was always big on education as the pathway out of poverty. A good education would lead to good employment, which would allow us to live the life that she couldn't provide for us. But the good times eventually came to an end. It was late 2007, Mum had relapsed with cervical cancer, and this time it was terminal. Her life was now chemotherapy and radiotherapy. She hated the side effects, losing hair, vomiting, and then there were the silver chain nurse visits. She hated hospitals, especially the invasive checkups and cultural stigma coming from a migrant background. My brothers would accompany Mum to hospital during school time. This is always a source of guilt for me and tension with my brothers. Should I focus less on my education so I can spend time with Mum, even if that were her wishes? Would it have made a difference? Mum was trying to set up our long-term future, even if it meant sacrifices in the short term. It felt that Mum was alive, but she wasn't living, she was existing. The impact of cancer created a lot of burdens on our home life. It was the hopelessness rather than the potential homelessness that was worse. The feeling that nothing was improving, the feeling that nothing really mattered, the feeling there were only two ways that Mum was no longer going to be in pain and finding an effective cancer treatment was not going to happen soon. My sense of hopelessness eventually lifted. In 2008, a hospital social worker referred me and Matthew to Canteen. This moment changed my life forever. I got to meet young people like me who'd been through a similar cancer experience. So Sunday morning, 20th September 2009, this was the beginning of the ripple effect. This is the day that Mum died, after a period of palliative and end-of-life care. She was only 38 years old. My brothers and I became wards of the state and placed into foster care. Our schooling was uncertain, our finances were uncertain, our futures were uncertain. When life was looking down, it was Canteen that gave me the support to look up. They were the first person I called for emotional support. Through formal counselling, I processed my angry feelings and developed effective coping strategies to deal with Mum's death. Through the support of Canteen, I could focus on finishing year 12, get good grades, and start university, just as Mum had wanted for me. Through Canteen's leadership programs, I developed the skills to advocate for and protect my two younger brothers. This meant dealing with Department of Child Protection staff, foster carers, and teachers. It meant not allowing my dad to separate us. It meant pushing back against Mum's family who wanted us to move to Malaysia, even though we never spoke Malay. There are three things to consider how we value a life. The first is money. Mum never mentioned the cost of cancer. She knew she never had enough to provide the basics in our life, let alone cancer treatments outside of the public system. Mum was too proud to ask for help from family or friends. And no matter how much money I earn, or any of us individually earn, it would never be enough to fund all of the investments to prolong and preserve the lives of cancer patients. And we shouldn't have to. Nobody chooses which cancer they end up suffering from. I wonder whether Mum would have been better off if she had breast cancer purely for the higher 5 years survival rate compared to cervical cancer. Imagine if we could leverage large-scale investment for rarer cancers as much as we could for common cancers. The second is memories. Mum never got the opportunity to celebrate all the milestones in our lives. Graduations, Matt becoming an electrician, Aaron buying his first house, my full-time job in Canberra and recent promotion out of the public service, plus future engagements, weddings, kids, the privilege of growing old. Mum made a lifetime of sacrifices, and she never got to celebrate her success. This is the positive ripple effect where my brothers and I finished our education, which allowed us to obtain good employment, earn a good income, buy a house after a lifetime of renting. That was her dream, and we fulfilled it. The third thing is measurements. How do we measure a life? Do we measure it based on a person's intrinsic value? Is it their contribution to their family, their community, our society? Maybe it's all of these reasons. Mum's life adds value to my life, my brother's life, her close friend's life, even after death. Imagine how much more value could be added if she was still here. Imagine how much human misery could be avoided if we invested upfront in finding new cancer treatments for rarer cancers. Mum was on the way to becoming fully employed as a early childhood educator before cancer came crashing back into our lives. She invested in her education up front because she knew it would lead to better employment outcomes, which would benefit society through less reliance on government income support, provide increased taxation revenue, and address staff shortages. Mum was only 38. She had plenty of time left to contribute to the workforce. In conclusion, beyond the money, the memories, the measurements regarding the value of life, I want to emphasize the impact of time. As the 2021 census found, almost half of Australians have a parent born overseas. This means many parents, like my mum, have not grown up in Australia with access to early cancer screening that later generations have had. We need to address this inequity and double down on increased access to cancer treatments now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for such a very personal experience shared with us today. I'm sure people would agree that you have been incredibly eloquent in expressing the compounding impact of the loss of a family member on the rest of the family. And I'd say your resilience is inspiring. So thank you for the example that you set. To talk us through how experiences like Sean's can be captured when it comes to assessing the true value of cancer treatments that he spoke about, I would like to introduce now Christine Coburn and Dr. Coleman Taylor. Coleman is the Chief Vision Officer at HT Analysts, who developed the social return on investment analysis for the Counting the Cost report. Coleman is a healthcare reimbursement and impact expert with a background working across government, industry and academia. And Christine is the General Manager of Rare Cancers Australia. Christine is a health sociologist who is passionate about patient education and empowerment. She currently oversees the delivery of patient support programs and resource development at RCA. Welcome, Christine and Coleman, for the conversation.
Thanks, Karen. Thank you, Sean, for that profound address. I'm just going to get myself together after that. Thank you. Coleman, so you and your team created the methodology and conducted the research that has gone into the report we're launching today. The societal return on investment is a methodology that is not very well understood, so we'll just talk through a little bit of what it is and what it isn't, just especially so that the audience can understand it, and really specifically that patients and people with a lived experience can understand what it's doing, what it's trying to do. So one of the questions that comes up, you will have heard it before, is that the societal return on investment is simply putting a dollar value on a life, which we can all agree would be offensive. Is that the case?
So I'm glad you started with the tough questions first. So in order to understand that question, I think we need to probably start with what SRI is and how we build the analysis, because effectively SRI is just a methodology for comparing two alternatives, and it basically takes into account the costs and benefits of those alternatives using a clear and sort of transparent framework. There's a number of steps involved, and that includes starting with stakeholders and understanding what really matters. From that implicit understanding of what matters, we understand what changes, and we build that picture of what changes, and then we value what this means. Mm-hmm. Because along the way we collect all of this rich qualitative data, we have those patient stories, which can be conveyed to to a general public audience as well as decision makers, etc. But we also build that bridge between the qualitative and the quantitative outcomes, so that we have those monetary outcomes that can speak to decision makers and the ROI metrics that we can use for those decision makers, etc. The methodology's been around for a couple of decades. It started as a tool really for governments to value social grants and programs. And the reason why it was created is because it's really hard to measure what comes out of these social grants and programs. Think about a program that you might run in an Aboriginal community in far North Australia, like trying to understand what the outcomes of that program are really difficult. So SRI became useful in healthcare because it addresses really a couple of key limitations, is a better word, with traditional economic evaluation. Number one, it starts with the stakeholders, like I said, with patients, and it builds that understanding of what matters and what changes. And it also captures and values the things that we traditionally value, like responding to a treatment, all those clinical outcomes that we traditionally value, as well as the intangible outcomes, like the value of hope. So at the end of the day, it's incredibly difficult to put a monetary value on these kind of outcomes, hope, etc. But the current system that we have just ignores these outcomes, and that's unfair.
So why do we put a monetary value on it? Why are we translating the things that matter into a monetary value?
We're translating into that monetary value so we can communicate across those stakeholder groups and speak to the decision makers that that need to see this justification for investing in these technologies. Again, we have this system at the moment that was sort of built to make really rational decisions. Back in the day, we were talking like small molecule products that treated large sections of the population, and we needed the metrics to make those rational decisions. But treatments have changed. We've moved on from those small molecule products, statins, blood pressure medications, chemotherapies that treated big parts of the patient population. We've moved to targeted and potentially curative therapies. You think CAR-T as came up before, you think gene therapies for spinal muscular atrophy. So, the way we've done things is not the way that we need to think about things in the future in order to capture these types of changes.
So why, I think we all know the answer, but why is it important to try to quantify those very difficult to measure things like hope, time, being able to raise children? Why is it important to quantify those things?
I think it's important because this is the conversation society wants to have. COVID has taught us that value, it goes beyond the traditional metrics that we would normally capture. If we were just looking at the efficacy of vaccines, we wouldn't have probably funded, the COVID vaccines in such a rapid rate. We were thinking about hope, we were thinking about freedom as part of our decision-making matrix. So this isn't a shift, I don't think, that's confined to healthcare. People want to have a conversation about impact. And this, goes, if you think about the corporate world's been on this journey for a number of years. Some corporates are better than others, but the conversation about impact is increasing because that's a situation that we find ourselves in now, and there's this rise in, ESG frameworks, environment, social, governance frameworks in the corporate world, and people increasingly want to have a conversation about connection and about purpose. So, at the end of the day, we really want to make sure that we're capturing what matters, and what matters is what's important, to patients and the kind of family members and the society that sits around those patients.
So I guess the missing part, or one of the missing parts of the puzzle that we want to have conversations about is, hypothetically, how realistic or how challenging or how easy will it be to incorporate a measure like societal return on investment into the HTA process?
So we already do capture patient value in the HTA process, but I would characterise it as it's like a characteristic of decision making, whereas it should be really, a central pillar of decision making. We've gone from that world where we were treating those large parts of the population to these new therapies, and we have to change really our mindset about how we do things. And SROI is just a method that builds that value from the ground up and allows the decision maker to have an implicit understanding of what matters, what changes, and attaches those monetary values to things so we can still make rational decisions, but be informed as we're making them.
So it's pretty simple.
The short answer is it can be incorporated now, and it is incorporated now. These types of analyses go into submissions all the time, but I think they can be too easily ignored.
Yep.
At the moment, again, we have these characteristics like efficacy, safety, efficiency, which we do a really good job of looking at and evaluating, but we don't really look at impact.
Yep.
And we don't build that implicit understanding of impact. And as a consequence, we're not really understanding what goes beyond that patient. To Sean's example, what goes beyond the patient into the family unit, and beyond into society. Things like employment and the opportunity to have a job, the opportunity to experience things, be present at life milestones, and things like that are just not part of the conversation at the moment.
Yeah, right. So speaking of Sean, and later we'll hear from Angus as well, but when you talk about a societal return on investment, my mind goes to children. So how can a tool or a methodology like this help something that is so incredibly critical to measure and difficult to measure? What matters to the children, what matters to families? Is this methodology useful in pushing things forward for paediatric oncology families?
I think it is, because I think at the moment, again, what we would measure when we're talking about paediatric therapies and new technology services, whatever it is, we talk about those same characteristics as what we talk about with adult patients. We talk about efficacy, like how this works. Is it clinically meaningful? Is it safe? Is it efficient to fund this new thing? But the conversation, again, it stops there, I think, and it doesn't go into the impact, whereas the impact on a child's life is exactly as was communicated before by Sean and others.
Yeah.
It goes into the opportunity to experience these different life milestones, weddings, being present for the birth of a child, things like that are really incredibly difficult to value, but need to be part of the conversation, because again, otherwise we just tend to talk about characteristics.
Yeah. So another challenging paradigm, I guess, of cancer treatment would be some of the really complicated new therapies like CAR T therapy. So can this methodology help to measure those very high-cost, one-stop treatments that, quite frankly, patients are crying out for access to? And there's people in this room that have had many migraines trying to bring it to market, I think. Can this viewpoint, can this perspective and measurement help expedite access to treatments like that?
So again, I think the system that we have, again, was designed not for the CAR T product that's coming through now. And when we see a CAR T product coming through, the system responds, it flexes, it does eventually get through the system. But it's slow and it's clunky, because we again just talk about the characteristics of that treatment and what that might mean for patients and things like that. We don't talk about the broader impact. And with something like CAR T, the broader impact actually goes beyond, you know, the patient, the family, etc. There's actually like a whole system that's created in hospitals in Australia as a consequence, and there's actually jobs. And there's actually like science and research that goes with it that, you know, is incredibly important, you know, for future treatment of patients and innovation and things like this. And again, the system that we have is able to eventually get this through in this really clunky manner, but it's clunky because we're just fighting over those characteristics, whereas we should be thinking about, okay, what is the impact? What does this bring?
And when the HTA review is done, do you imagine a world where what we already measure is augmented by this experiential and community and family and paradigms of time? Can you imagine that that's a reality?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm struck with the parallels that kind of go on between this argument and what goes on in Aboriginal affairs, for instance, where Aboriginal people want to say in, you know, the laws and the policies that affect them. So in the same way, you know, we want to create a system where patients are making decisions for patients, you know, based on the best information that we can give them. And I think at the moment we don't do it justice in terms of the information that we give. We give a subset of the total information, and as a consequence, I don't think we make truly informed decisions because we don't understand what matters, and we don't really understand what the flow-on effects are. So yes, I think we can create a system where this is all incorporated, and again, the system that was designed 2 decades ago is just not fit for purpose for where we are now, sitting post-COVID in a situation where we want to think about impact and we want to think about, you know, the future that we can create that's inclusive and has everyone at the table.
We heard a really senior decision maker from the NHS last year say that it would be good and it would be right to incorporate these things, but it's just too hard.
Yeah.
You've got less than a minute to address that.
Yeah, no, I think, like, I do want to acknowledge the team that worked on this at HT Analyst. I mean, everyone worked incredibly hard to understand the different perspectives and talk to the patients and understand what happened with these experiences like Sean's. But it is hard, but it can be done.
Yes.
I mean, it's not too hard to imagine a future where we could be doing this more often.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Colin.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to you both for that very enlightening conversation. It's good, I think, to tackle the offensive nature of the decision-making that goes on in this space. It's hard to avoid it. I'm just going to go over a few things that I picked up from what you talked about. It's interesting to me too that Coleman mentioned the difficulty in measuring the outcomes of grant programs in particular. It strikes me that can put pressure on recipients of funding to feel they have to have something to show for the money, whereas outcomes can be these intangible things. And the things that we traditionally value, the measurable versus the intangible things, the value of things like hope, and trying to translate these intangible things into a language that our policymakers understand. And I guess that's where Coleman is coming from in terms of setting a monetary value, excuse me, on some of these things, because that has traditionally been the focus of our policymakers, to work out, well, what does it cost? And I guess the idea is in changing the concept of cost and benefit there. Interesting analogy too with the COVID vaccines and the things we were thinking about in the desire for a vaccine for COVID-19, things like hope and freedom and economic benefit, but other things beyond just the traditional monetary assessment. and also that people are wanting connection and purpose. We're looking to these intangible things now, the senses of what brings us together as a community and a society, and the importance of trying to capture that in policy making. I'm reminded there that the new Treasurer is talking about having wellbeing measures in the upcoming budget. It will be very interesting to see how they manage to do that and whether people feel they capture those things well enough. And Coleman mentioned the characteristics of efficiency, safety, efficacy, and the need to look beyond the family unit to try and measure the value of keeping a person alive and the quality of life, of being present for special milestones in a person's life that we tend not to try and assess. And of course, Christine mentioned the importance of paediatrics and all of that, particularly for people with young children concerned for their children's future. Interesting parallel too between this area of policy setting and Indigenous affairs, the whole idea of empowerment, which really is becoming a big theme, I think, in government in Australia. How do we make sure that the people most affected are empowered to be part of the decision-making process? And at the end, I think the conclusion there that Coleman came to was that the system is not currently fit for purpose, and that we need to really, and this is my summation, I guess, we need to really be looking at the value in buying time and quality of life as much as in buying a cure, and we've tended to be focusing just on the cure. So thank you again. Our next speaker today is Dr. Chris Gyngell, Team Leader of the Biomedical Ethics Research Group at Murdoch Children's Research Institute and the University of Melbourne. His research interests lie primarily in the ethical implications of biotechnologies and the philosophy of health and disease. He'll be speaking to us today about measuring the value of a life. Thank you, Dr. Gyngell.
So I want to first of all thank Richard for inviting me to speak today about this wonderful event, and I've been really touched so far to hear the stories so far. What I really want to do is to give a sort of an ethical and philosophical sort of perspective on the main question that we're here today, which is how do you value a life? How do you measure the value of life? And Richard put it well before, it's how do you put a price on something that is priceless? And if you asked most people, how do you measure the value of life? What is the value of life? They will tell you it's infinite. They will say you can't put a value on it. In fact, they might even say it's insulting to try and put a value on life. And you can see why that is. People go to extraordinary lengths to preserve their survival. I've got two examples here. These are a tiny little bit gruesome, so I'm giving you all a trigger warning. But I want to show you that lengths that some people go to for their own lives. So the first one is Aaron Ralston. Aaron Ralston's story has been in a movie called 127 Hours. So if you've seen that, you know where I'm going. He was out hiking one day. A boulder fell on his arm. He was trapped there for 5 days. The only way he could get out was to break his arm in 2 places and use a penknife that he had to cut through all his nerves and then get out. And find someone, and he was alive today. Then there's Julianne Kopke. She was the sole survivor of a plane crash that crashed in the Amazon rainforest. She was by herself. She had several broken bones and several infected wounds. She walked for 10 days to find a local tribe and managed to get out and live today. Now, if you ask them, how much is your life worth? They're going to say, it is priceless. There is no value on it. And it's not just our own lives that we put this immeasurable value on. We put it on the lives of those very close to us, and including our children. There's countless stories like Aaron's and Julianne's about people going to great lengths to save the lives of their children. But rather than go through those, I'll just tell you a statistic that in the US, 1/5 of all bankruptcies are caused by an illness in a child, so people paying for medical care for their children. And I think that shows you, and in some of the stories that we heard earlier today, people will go to all lengths to save their children. They will go to anything possible. My brother last year passed away from esophageal cancer, and I know that our family would have done anything at all to keep him around for a few more years. So we've got this personal value of life, which we can't put a value on. But unfortunately, things get very, very complex when you go outside this personal context about surviving a plane crash or being trapped and go into this more difficult context in society where all of our choices have trade-offs. It seems clear that if we just prioritise life, we gave it an infinite value, we would live in a very, very different society that we may not like. For instance, many people die on the roads every year, hundreds of people die. If we wanted to prevent all of those deaths, we could either put a speed limit of 5 kilometres every hour, we could stop people driving, but we don't think we want to do that because sometimes we care more about things than just preventing death. And this, I think, is shown too with our experience with the COVID-19 pandemic. We could try and ensure no one ever dies of an infectious disease by doing lockdowns each flu season and putting these great restrictions on travel, but then we give up so much other parts of our life that we want. So this is the question, money that we spend on healthcare is money we can't spend on other things that we might think are important in life, such as education, such as the environment and arts. So this then becomes the question is how much of these other things will we give up for a life in a policy context? How can we define the tradable value of life? And this has been a challenge for governments for decades. And there's been a lot of different ways to attempt to do it. The first attempt to put a dollar value in life was in the 70s and 80s and done by economics. And their thinking was this: well, if someone dies when they're 30, well, then they can't work for the next 40 years, so they're not going to be contributing to the economy. So we can put a value on their life by what their lifetime earnings would be. And how they did this, they said, well, this is the average lifetime earnings for people in a population, and this is what your value is of your life. At the time, that was around $300,000 in the early 80s, and now that would equate to about $1 million. This is a very, very low economic value to put on life, and it led to some crazy decisions. They did an analysis where they had all these hazardous chemicals that were selling without warnings. So they didn't have those labels that you can see down there. And they, using this value of life, they figured out, well, we can save about 5,000 lives a year. It's going to cost about 1.5 billion, but the labeling is going to cost $2 billion, so we're not going to put these labels on these hazardous chemicals. And this raised alarm bells. So thinking, are we actually doing this right? And it led to this other methodology for calculating life. And that is, what are people willing to pay to avoid risk to their death? So some jobs carry risks that other jobs don't. For example, some types of construction, you're going to be working up high in high-rise buildings, you're more likely to have an accident than in other forms of construction. So they thought about, well, how much do I need to pay someone to take on that 1 in 1,000 risk or 1 in 100 risk to their job? And if you do that, you see about how much people are willing to pay to avoid risk to their life, you get this other calculation, which is much higher. So in the US, the calculation I found was about 8.7 million. In Australia, they did one at 7.3. So apparently Americans value their lives slightly more than Australians do. But don't know why, but that's just what they do. Another strategy that we've heard a little bit today is to take this concept of a quality adjusted life year. So that is how much value is living in 1 year of good health. And this is used by health systems around the world to sort of value these health treatments. If you look at the Australian value, which I think is about $50,000 or $60,000 per QALY, you average that out by an average lifespan, some of which won't be spent in good health, you get around $3.2 million. All of these have shortfalls, and it's clear that we're just sort of trying to estimate a sort of tradable value of life that you can use in policy decisions, not the intrinsic value of life. And I've been very encouraged to read the Counting of Cost report that really measures these other things that aren't captured in these things. And it's the value of a mother supporting their children, the value of just people in their community and what a death can do, the flow-on effects to others. So we're in this hard spot where I think where we're not actually capturing these full sort of values of death. Now, I'm an ethicist by training, so I want to talk about some of the interesting ethical issues that arise in valuing with the sort of time I have available. I've got a picture here of hopefully you remember a few years ago where there was some soccer players in Thailand trapped in a mine. There were 13 trapped down there. It was a worldwide event. People were very concerned. Countries from around the world flew resources there. They flew special equipment. Elon Musk was nearly going to make a special submarine at some point. Everyone was invested on saving these children, and the cost didn't seem to matter. So when Australia was giving resources to help the rescue, they weren't asking what is our return on investment, what is going to happen. We were asking what can we do to save these people. Now, you feel like a bit of a mean person to suggest, but people did at the time, well, what else could we do with this money? The most cost-effective way to save a life in the world that we have today is to give money to the Against Malaria Foundation, which provides mosquito nets to places in Africa. So they figured out that if you get more mosquito nets, for around $3,500, you will reduce the amount of deaths by 1 in the next malaria season. So you can pay $3,500 to save someone from malaria. Now, we don't sort of run off and do this. We don't have the same emotional reaction to the potential malaria victims you could save as we do to the to the trapped soccer players. And this is talked a lot about in moral philosophy, and it's called the problem of identified and statistical victims. So if we know someone's there and someone's dying, we're much more psychologically and much more motivated to try and save their life in comparison to when they're a statistical victim. This comes up in medicine too. So some of the most expensive medicines today are these new gene therapies that are coming out that so for example, there's a horrible childhood illness called spinal muscular atrophy, which causes death in childhood as the motor neurons die. There is now a treatment. It's $2.1 million for a treatment for a gene therapy. But with that same $2.1 million, you could invest in genetic screening technologies and IVF and prevent a lot more cases of spinal muscular atrophy than you can with that one treatment. So the question is, should we be doing this? Are the lives of the Thai soccer players actually more valuable than the statistical lives of the malaria patients, or are they not? And different ethical theories give you different conclusions. So a very common ethical theory is utilitarianism, which basically would just say a life is a life. It doesn't matter if it's a trapped soccer player or someone from mosquito. We owe them the same, and therefore we should do a cost-effective model to this. But another theory is saying, no, we actually owe more to people who are really vulnerable, to people who are at risk, to people who are dying, and we show our respect for humanity and humankind by rescuing people when they're in need, and that we should have this approach to it. So I'm not going to answer that and just show you the different perspectives. So another really important question, and this will come up with the social return on investment too, is do we value all lives equally? So again, a really central tenet of a lot of philosophies around the world is, well, a life is a life. You know, we're all lives are equal, they're all got the same inherent worth. But some of these economic things will not put an equal value on human life. And particularly, you know, if someone's elderly, if someone's in their 80s and they don't have a lot of life expectancy left, and maybe they're not, you know, interacting with a lot of people, then maybe they won't have that same social return on investment in someone who's much, much younger. So we have to ask ourselves, you know, are we comfortable with saying that some people's lives are actually worth more than other people's lives? This question gets caught up in another area of bioethics, which is really interesting, and again came to the front in the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is, who do we give priority to when there's limited resources? Early in the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a massive shortage of ventilators, and a lot of people needed ventilators. Hospitals were faced with this question: who should I give this ventilator to? And you've got various options. You could give it to the sickest person. Often these are more elderly people who are in the worst state, and some theories of ethics thinks, yes, we should give priority to the worst off, give it to the sickest person. Problem is, if you have that policy, the sickest people tend to use the ventilator for much, much longer than other healthier people, and you'll end up treating less people over that time than if you treated people who were maybe not as sick, but would need the ventilator for less time. Another question came up, what about healthcare workers who need it? Should we prioritise healthcare workers because then they can go out and help other people and have this greater social effect? So all of these questions were raised to the fore in the COVID-19 pandemic, and we can see how they're going to affect these health spending questions too. So all of these ethical issues also affect basic health spending at a system level and how we should go about it. So I've got this graph here, which is life expectancy versus health expenditure. And you can see USA is a way outlier. So they spend a lot on health, but they don't get a lot of returns in terms of health expectancy. Often I'll see these graphs and it's critical of the US system. It's like, oh, silly US people, like what are they doing? They're spending money and they're not getting health systems. But it's really it's a different approach to valuing. And basically, in the US system, they don't think about cost effectiveness. They won't rule a treatment out because it's not cost effective. Their approach is, if you've got coverage, if you're in, then you're in. We're going to treat you like the Thai soccer players. Even if you get really sick and it's expensive to get you out, we're going to do it. The flip side of that is that you actually end up treating less people. So a lot of other health systems, will treat you more like a statistical life, whereas they will apply a cost-effective measurement to your treatment, and if it's not cost-effective, then they're not going to treat you. So this is a sort of difference in philosophy about how you go about cost spending. Recently, there's also been a few other approaches to how you should spend money. So approach that one of my colleagues has come up with is called cost equivalence rather than cost effectiveness. So the motivation for this is that actually when you do a cost effectiveness measure and you only treat people if the sickness they have has a cost effective treatment, it can be unfair to really a lot of people because it basically comes down to luck and to which resource that you get. So say you're very, very healthy your whole life and then you happen to get a rare cancer and then it is not a cost-effective to treatment and the government says you can't have it. Well, that sort of seems unfair if there are other people who have had multiple illnesses, all of which were deemed cost-effective. So this approach of cost equivalence would be that, well, everyone should get at least as much money as the effective treatment gets. So basically, everyone would get a fair access to these resources no matter what particular illness that they had. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was this, what do we value in terms of illnesses and how do we value the badness of death? So some treatments might be very cost effective, but they're only treating very, very minor sort of illnesses. So you can say that, a lot of people might have eczema or a lot of people might get headaches. Say you could have an eczema treatment that cured millions of people and gave them this sort of little benefit. Is that really more beneficial than sort of saving one lives? Sometimes we ask ourselves, how many cases of eczema would you need to prevent to save one life? And again, a lot of the ethical perspectives, and I guess mine would be, I'm not sure if there's any number of cases of eczema or this mild thing. But on a cost effectiveness, you will get to this point where actually, let's just treat these easier to treat things rather than the life-saving things. So that's actually all I had. So thank you very much all.
You can sit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris. So interesting. Some big dilemma questions there for us, are there not? Again, the issue of insulting people by starting to talk about the relative value of a life, but it does come into the conversation and how do we How do we deal with that? And this very valid point that people who are involved in these issues will do anything to preserve their life. I've had that thinking process myself in recent times. I think you made an interesting comparison there with the COVID situation, and it strikes me too that this point about what would be required to be absolute about making sure that we protect life at all costs all the time, the road safety analogy there, the rules that would be required to be applied in order to achieve zero deaths on the road would be pretty stringent. And when you think of the COVID experience we're going through and have been through, particularly in terms of those big restrictions we saw in the last couple of years, we know that people are starting to push back against those. So we understand that the rules people can feel that they're detrimental, and they're making a judgment of sorts in that case about the relative value of life and people's health versus personal freedoms. It's a very challenging question. And, you know, you posed the question, Chris, how many of these other things would we give up to protect life? And how different would the conversation be if it's our own life, the lives of people close to us, and the lives of people we don't know? This point about, you know, a name versus a number, the statistics versus the lived experience. I was quite interested in those relative figures from the United States and Australia. I think you said the valuation, that willingness to pay for a life evaluation, the United States, they put $8.7 million on the valuation of a life. In Australia, $7.3 million. It's probably just as well that we're not asked to value an American life and the Americans aren't asked to value ours, or we might find interesting differences in the statistics. But you made the point that, you know, that the valuations from the 80s that we'd had were very low, and that they led to some, I think, as you put it, crazy decision making. So it is an interesting and challenging thing to think about. Also, the example of the Thai mine boys and malaria victims. What else could we do with the money? I mean, I think there's a debate going on at the moment in relation to the cost of upcoming tax cuts, and people are naturally starting to say $240 billion. What else could we do with the money? Governments are forced to make these decisions and to order their priorities. And I guess the point today is you're asking for the cost effectiveness matrix to be reassessed so that those priorities are viewed slightly differently. And of course, you know, the ventilator point you made too, that sicker people may need the ventilator for longer, the example, but you can treat more people with a ventilator if you treat the less sick first. And of course, that's always going to be a challenge for prioritising, for triaging. It's a triage process that people have to go through all the time. But sometimes it's straightforward, like if I go back to my flight attendant role, please apply your own oxygen masks before applying them to others. That's a sensible and straightforward equation, but it's not always so sensible and straightforward, and sometimes it's a lot more complicated than that. And the point about the way we value different lives, I know in conversations I had before this session, the example was brought up about the rescue in the Southern Ocean of yachts people circumnavigating the world, and there's a rule that says that we always go out and rescue them, and Australia is responsible for that part of the world. We will always go out and rescue them. But it isn't always the case, is it, in other policy areas, in health or in other parts of government policy. So I will leave you with that very uncomfortable question that Chris made, which is, do we value all lives equally? What a tough thing to have to come to terms with. Now, I'm sure all perspectives of this morning's speakers have got everybody thinking, and that's what we're all here to do, to change the way we think about cancer care in Australia. And it's also the driving force behind Rare Cancer Australia's new Thought Leader series, which is one way we can continue these conversations about change before today's event. It's comprised of a series of 6 video interviews with leaders in cancer care, which is launching early next week and will be accessible through the Rare Cancers Australia website. We'd like to show you a short video clip of what you can expect from the series.
This year, Rare Cancers Australia is piloting something a little different. A new Thought Leader series, candid conversations with some of the brightest minds in the Australian cancer community. People with strong vision for what things could and should look like now and into the future.
We do need to speed things up because at the moment it's just too slow for patients with life-threatening illnesses of getting listings on the PBS.
But let's not argue about it while patients are dying.
No.
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
But it's different to what you might think, because we want to start with the human being. You will hear from some of the incredibly clever, interesting and passionate people behind the fancy titles. The people who make the big decisions and get to the heart of why they do what they do for patients.
Who's got the most skin in the game? A patient does, so they have a right to be involved.
If a patient isn't, or patients aren't involved in the discussion about developing a new treatment, you're probably going to get it wrong.
These conversations are hosted by RCA Chief Executive Richard Vines. If you know Richard, you'll know he doesn't shy away from asking the hard questions. So that's exactly what you'll get. Real questions with real answers. Fresh perspectives on what needs to be done to make change for patients.
We've lost that ability to have that real conversation that focuses on the core issues for what's preventing that drug being made available to Aussies.
I think if you're lucky enough to be in a leadership position, you have to be true to that and call it out when it happens.
We will continue to seek the change that patients need and deserve, as we have done for the last 10 years. I hope you can come along with us on this journey as we pilot a new type of conversation, a candid one.
And those videos will be available from the RCA website, the series of them from early next week. Okay, there's been a lot to absorb for this first part this morning, so I'm going to let you have a break. We are going to have a morning tea break now. For those of you in the room, the morning tea will be served at the entrance up the stairs and just outside in the foyer. For those of you at home, make yourself a cuppa, do what you need to do, or elsewhere in the country or around the world, and we will see you back here for an 11:30 start. So I'd be really grateful if you could be back in here and seated by 11:25 a.m. Thank you very much. Good morning again, and welcome back. Please take your seats and we're going to resume. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Welcome back to session 2 of CANFORUM 2022, and the theme for this session is treating patients, cost or investment. Good question. In this session, we will explore the concept of whether treating patients is considered an expense or an investment in Australia today. To kick off this conversation, I'd like to introduce you to patient advocate Sarah McGorham. Sarah has lived with a rare cancer for her entire adult life. Thanks to her advocacy efforts, patients with gastrointestinal stromal tumours in Australia have been able to access further treatments that have kept them alive and given them more time with their loved ones. Unfortunately, Sarah is not able to attend in person today as we planned, so she has recorded her message for us instead. I'm sure she's going to be watching from home. Hello, Sarah. Thank you very much for your commitment and the example you set to the rare cancer community. Here is her video presentation.
Thank you to Rare Cancers Australia for inviting me to speak today. I feel very honoured. Today I'll be sharing my story, but my story is not unique. It represents so many rare cancer patients around the country who are living with and enduring similar challenges to me. Over the past few weeks, I've been chatting to my husband Tom and George and my son George about what I'm going to say today. George is a 15-year-old. He's in year 10 and full of energy and optimism. When I asked him about what I was going to be talking about, he said, the value of a life, that's a bit heavy. And he's right. It isn't necessarily a comfortable conversation, but it is certainly an important conversation to have here today. When I think of my value as a person with a rare disease, I think of my value as a mum, a wife, member of the community, as a primary school teacher, a daughter, as a family member and friend. I certainly don't claim to have any more value than anyone else, but I know that I don't have less value either. I know I have value to my family, to Tom and George. We are a tight family unit. George is a miracle boy. I was diagnosed with gastrointestinal stromal tumours in 1996, a few months after my 18th birthday. I'm now 44 and I've been living with GIST for 26 years. I've had some good years and some really tough years, but I've had cancer the entire time. 2003 was a great year. Tom and I got married, and then in 2006, our son George was born. I feel very fortunate to be alive and here sharing my story. We cherish every moment that we get, that we're gifted thanks to emerging treatments. Because when I was diagnosed, I had over 50 seedings of tumours that were left in my small bowel. I was sent home from hospital with no treatment, no cure, and a prognosis of about 12 months to live. I've been very fortunate that newer treatments have emerged just in time to control my disease. Of the 26 years, I've only been eligible for PBS-funded treatments for 6 of those years. So when my disease progresses, it's very stressful trying to work out what treatments are available and how much they will cost. My current treatment has controlled my multiple liver lesions for the past 7 years. It's not funded by the PBS, but has kept me alive since 2015. I'm very fortunate that it's working and dearly hope that continues. My value to George is infinite, which is the case for every mum and their child. In the first instance, it involves getting George to rugby and basketball on time and making sure the pantry is stocked with food. But of course, my value and our value as parents runs so much deeper. We've been gifted the opportunity to bring up a boy who'll be part of the next generation of citizens. And of course, without my treatment, he would never have existed. He has value and will contribute to the next generation, as does every child who is born to a parent with a rare cancer, or would have been born if they had the opportunity to receive treatment. When George was in 3rd grade 7 years ago, Tom and I had one of those tough appointments with my oncologist. My scan showed my disease had progressed. It was apparent that I was at the end of the line of my funded treatments. This was the moment I realised the difference between being at the end of the line of treatments versus being at the end of the line of funded treatments. Tom and I had been following the latest research and I'd been participating in clinical trials, so I knew there were more treatment options, but none were funded, nor was I eligible for any clinical trials. We had an 8-year-old at home and I wasn't going to stop fighting knowing that there were treatments out there still available. We took the very challenging decision to run a fundraising campaign to fund my future treatments. This was not a decision we wanted to make. It was deeply embarrassing to ask our family and friends and strangers for money. It was also very hard to share my biggest fears and anxieties about my disease with the broader community, especially with a young son at home. We had tremendous support from our family and the community, although I had a lot of people asking me, "Are you sure you can't get treatment? My mum or my sister, my brother, they went to the hospital with bowel cancer and they just got treatment. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem right." They were right. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem right. But it was my reality, and it's the reality of thousands of Australians. The fundraising went well, but it was really hard. Midway through our 3-month campaign, I stopped doing school pickup because I couldn't handle being confronted with questions about my health and prognosis on a daily basis. Although these wonderful people had just given us money, they were just being kind, and I felt obligated to answer their questions, but we'd completely lost our privacy. Some of the comments were hard and some were, from the 7-year-olds, were hilarious but also jarring. Comments like, "How are the tumours going?" or "Have you raised enough money to stop the tumours growing?" The school had raised thousands of dollars from selling hundreds and hundreds of cupcakes. It's really hard to raise that amount of money in a school. And despite raising thousands of dollars, depressingly, it only covered a few weeks' worth of treatment. Having a rare cancer is expensive. There have been many moments since I've been diagnosed that I have felt like I've had less value because my cancer isn't common. When I get an MRI every 12 weeks, it costs me $800 out of pocket, but the exact same scan for someone with liver damage from excess alcohol, it costs $0. When a patient with a more common cancer gets his treatment for $50 a month, and the same medicine costs a GIST patient $12,000, that feels very unfair. My value to the community is measurable in a few ways. As a mum, as a wife, a carer to my husband, a teacher. I was in my first year of uni when I was diagnosed with GIST. Since then, I've had a very fulfilling 15-year primary teaching career. I've also had moments of being the main carer at home, especially when my husband's unwell. He was diagnosed with a rare disease in 2011, Fabry disease. We were both dealt the unlucky rare disease card, and we soon realised that the rare part is a hindrance, not a help. Everything is harder with a rare disease. By 2011, we were in our 30s and society had invested over 40 years of education in both of us. I had a teaching degree and Tom went through to get his PhD. We were ready to give back to our community, a return on their investment, and dive into our careers. But in order for that to happen, we needed an investment of healthcare in the form of funded treatment for our disease. My value goes beyond family and friends. I have value to medical research. Everyone with a rare cancer does. Everyone with GIST does. We all have value to medical research. We're all on treatment. Our disease does not have a cure. But there are a range of treatments that improve our quality of life and extends our lives. We're all alive thanks to treatments that have emerged over the last 10 to 20 years. GIST is a disease that responds to targeted therapies. Our treatments stop the progression of the disease, but over time, our body can be clever enough to work around the treatments. And we need to, when a disease progresses, we need to start that next treatment. Right now, there are 7 funded treatments available in America for GIST. In Australia, we have 3. Every treatment extends our life and buys us time. When my disease progresses, I need treatment immediately or it's too late. I don't have time to wait for funding or a lengthy process. Time is everything. Over the past 5 years, I've met with a number of members of Parliament and decision makers in an effort to get more treatments funded for GIST and listed on the PBS. I vividly remember Tom and I casually chatting to a few senior decision makers after I gave a speech. One of them asked me what treatment I was on, and I explained the name and the type of treatment and mentioned that it's not on the PBS, but we were hopeful it might be one day. It was keeping me alive and would be beneficial to so many GIST patients in Australia. Even though it wasn't a cure, it was allowing me to live longer, which was especially important with a young son at home. His response was, well, it's really hard with the rare cancer medicines. They actually don't affect that many people. And if they aren't a cure, it's hard to justify. The thing is, we just can't approve them all. In that moment, I wanted the ground to swallow me up. I'd had all of my hopes dashed in that one moment. Fortunately, Tom was there and could see how much that comment had hurt, and he helped me exit gracefully before I burst into tears. I felt it was a blind acceptance that this is just the way our system is. In that moment, I felt I had 0 value, and the policy to fund treatments for rare cancers had both a lack of empathy and imagination. Sadly, I've heard similar comments by 3 people since that day. By not investing in rare cancer patients with access to affordable treatments, as a society, we're forming the judgment that our lives are less valuable and therefore have less impact on the community. As a society, we can't celebrate diversity in all its forms and then select out when we decide it costs too much. When we lose people with a rare cancer, we lose their genetic story. As patients, we want to find a cure, improve our quality of lives, participate in research and trials, find a cure for the next generation. We need to be alive to do that. Why can't we strive for equity? Putting us in the too hard basket won't make the problem disappear. I didn't choose to have a rare cancer. None of us did. We have value to our families and our community, yet we are not valued as equal when it comes to access to treatment. This is not a new story for patients with GIST or with rare cancers. Over the past few years, I've had a number of patients reach out to me who are in a similar situation. We chat about access to treatments, which chemist to buy the non-PBS funded treatments from, pros and cons of running a crowdfunding campaign, and sharing our story to the media. Then there's some really uncomfortable conversations. A patient reached out to me to talk about my current treatment. He'd been quoted $12,000 a month for the same treatment. His disease had progressed and all future treatments were to be funded by him and his family. If he maxed out his mortgage, he could still only afford 6 months' worth of treatment. We chatted about our value to our families. He then said to me, I just have to work out if an extra 6 months of life with my family is worth $75,000 on my mortgage. My wife says yes, but I can't bear the idea of dying and leaving her with a maxed out mortgage. He decided against the treatment. How do we measure value? I've heard many people say that it's hard to measure or too hard to measure. But as a society, we face hard problems all the time. Hard problems deserve creative solutions. We deserve a solution. We deserve treatments that won't bankrupt our families. We all have value to our community. I've heard so many times that our approval system is an international gold star standard. But it can't be gold standard if it's excluding so many patients from access to treatment. We need equal access to treatment. Without equal access to affordable treatments, we won't live longer. We won't be here for our families. We won't survive. I dearly hope that there is change soon. That change would give me hope that I will be able to see my son grow up and give all rare cancer patients hope with equal access to treatment. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you very much. And we're very sorry that you can't be here with us today, but we're grateful that you've managed to put that presentation together because it was an incredibly thoughtful contribution and I think a powerful reminder that so many patients can defy the official prognosis timeline that gets factored in some of these decisions. So thank you again, Sarah. Our next guest is Professor Andrew Wilson. Andrew is chair of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or PBAC, which is the independent expert body established to make recommendations and give advice to the Minister about which drugs should be listed on the PBS. Very easy job Andrew has there. Andrew is also co-director of the Menzies Centre for Health Policy and Economics at the University of Sydney and co-leads the Australian Prevention Partnership Centre. He'll be speaking to us today about the challenges of measuring value. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. A task made even harder by that very touching story that we've heard, and I hope that I'll reflect on some of those elements in what I have to say today. You know, if you, those of you who've seen me talk on occasions know that sometimes I sort of just talk to a PowerPoint and I've got no other notes that are there. And on some rare occasions, I actually have something which I've written down and in detail in relation to it. And this usually occurs when I think the issues are complex, when I need to think about them and I need to be clear about what I say in writing it. So hopefully I've been clear in what I'm going to say today in relation to some of these things. So let me start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands in which we gather today, the Ngunnawal people, and to acknowledge their elders past, present and future. Thank you Rare Cancers Australia and Canteen for organising this forum and inviting me, and I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work of both organisations. I've had the privilege of participating as a member on the advisory committee to Canteen and meeting some of the committed young people who enrich that organisation. Thank you also to those people with cancer who have shared their stories just like we've heard today and the challenges that they face, particularly those with rare cancers, and I'm certainly not denying those challenges. In the discussion to prepare for this session, Richard Vine asked me if I wanted to not wear my hat as the chair of the PBAC. Now I know Richard was helpfully trying to allow me to separate my personal views from those that I feel I need to express as the chair of the PBAC. However, when you are the chair of a committee like the PBAC, this distinction is fine in principle, but in reality, what I say will at the very least be taken as a view of the PBAC, if not some reflection of government policy. Given we are meeting in Parliament House, it's important that I clarify that what I say today doesn't necessarily reflect the views of government, and certainly not the Minister of Health and Aged Care, who's barely had time to come to grips with the size of the budget requests that the PBAC makes at every meeting, let alone the detailed nuances of how our decisions are made. I confess up front that I have struggled with what I would have to say today on this topic, the challenge of measuring value. Sometimes when a concept is fundamental to the work that you do, you don't spend a lot of time reflecting on the what and why. And the PBAC work is about the relative value offered by medicines. In doing so, we have adopted some standard metrics, including things like the quality adjusted life year, as a way of achieving consistency in comparisons and in the decisions that flow from our assessments. I'll return to that a bit later in my presentation. So I thought it might be useful today, for today's discussion, to talk about the context of PBAC decision making. What underpins the way we make decisions? Now, any committee charged with making recommendations to government on funding does so within a framework. That framework is determined by policy parameters of the government of the day, rules or guidelines which may be externally or internally set, and in the case of PBAC, legislative requirements. None of these are written in stone. They can be changed and are changed, and I'm sure will be changed. Our current framework for practical purposes is largely set out in the guidelines for preparing a submission to the PBAC version 5. So at the very least, it's been reviewed on at least 4 previous occasions since its inception. I'm expecting, following the HTA policy review and incorporating any relevant government responses to the recommendations of the House of Representatives Committee Inquiry into Access into Medicines, try saying that one quickly, there will be further changes. In making decisions, the PBAC is obliged to stay within the parameters of that framework. Sometimes this is because we legally can't make decisions outside of that scope. For example, the PBAC makes recommendations for listing on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. It can't make recommendations for listing on the Medical Benefit Scheme. Except in very limited circumstances, it can't recommend a medicine to be listed on the PBS if its use will be primarily for patients in hospital. It doesn't make recommendations for listing on the Life-Saving Drugs Program, although it does have to advise that such medicines are not cost-effective. Now, this can be very frustrating for the committee because sometimes the PBS may not be the best mechanism to provide the sorts of accesses that we're talking about today. We raised the desirability of having more flexibility on recommending how medicines were funded with that House of Representatives Committee inquiry. Another reason we stay within the framework is about trying to ensure consistency in decision-making and fairness to different applicants and more broadly to the different patient populations who will benefit from the public subsidy that comes with PBS listing. It's important to me, at least, that we try for fairness according to patient needs. I think public and political support for the PBS would be seriously damaged if we were seen to be advantaging one group of patients over another. Of course, in practice, we see a lot more medicines for conditions like cancers than we do, for example, for very debilitating neurological diseases. I'm very well aware that there are patient groups who feel that we don't treat them equally to, say, patients with cancers. And as we just heard, even within in the cancer community, people who feel they're at a disadvantage compared to those to the more common cancers. Now, in the way we practice, I don't believe that that's true, but I'm aware of that concern and would hope that we can find ways of addressing those concerns and reassuring people that we do aim for fairness and equity in relation to these things. Another issue is that sometimes there are differences in the speed at which evidence is generated of the benefits and harms of a treatment for a common cancer. So that evidence may come faster for common cancers and be more convincing for more common cancers than for rare cancers. I think this is a matter which will be the subject to the scrutiny in the HTA policy review, both the issues of expediency, but also the way that we look at that evidence for the purposes of making those judgments. Now, what does this long-winded introduction have to do with the question posed to me today, the challenges of measuring value? There are, of course, many different perspectives on what constitutes value. The value we are primarily focused on here is the value to people with cancer and their families and some elements of the societal value. But there are other perspectives that impact. There is the value determined by the medicine sponsor company and their shareholders. There is a value from a public perspective in terms of how public funds are spent. Is it the best use of public funds test? And in terms of the broader benefits documented in the report released today, counting the costs, the true value of investing in cancer treatment documents. These are all valid perspectives. So which, when and how does the PBAC take these into account? What guides us in this? So in thinking about this, a logical place to try and find some guidance would be in the Act that covers the PBS and the PBAC. The National Health Act 1953 and its many subsequent updates is an act actually relating to the provision of pharmaceutical, sickness and hospital benefits and of medical and dental services. In effect, it empowers the Minister on behalf of the Commonwealth to arrange for the supply by the Commonwealth of such medical or surgical aids as prescribed to persons who require them. It empowers the Minister to impose conditions as the Minister sees fit on the use or possession or access, and it covers the operation of the PBS, who can be paid for what and when, and it sets out the membership of different committees, including the PBAC. In fact, my favourite clause in the Act is section 100C, which relates to the termination of appointment of people to the PBAC, which states, a member of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee holds office during the Minister's pleasure. Now, I've never dared even contemplate what a Minister's pleasure is for the purposes of that. The Act contains a large amount of materials which relate to the conditions of supply and to patient eligibility. But in fact, it says very little about what therapies can be covered, what the intent of listing or funding of medicines, nothing about patient need, nothing about public benefit or value. It is an Act to give powers, but on and when those powers should be used, it is strangely silent. As close as the Act gets to saying anything specifically about value, and importantly, sections specifically directed at the PBA's decision-making are also in that section 100. It says, in essence, the PBAC shall make recommendations to the Minister from time to time as to the drugs and medicinal preparations which it considers should be made available as pharmaceutical benefits. But it goes on to say, for the purposes of deciding whether to recommend to the Minister that a drug or a medicinal preparation or class of drugs or medicinal preparations to be made available as a benefit under this part of the Act, the Committee shall give consideration to the effectiveness and cost of the therapy involving the use of the drug, including by comparing the effectiveness and cost of the therapy with that of alternative therapies, whether or not involving the use of other drugs or preparation. Furthermore, and critically, it goes on to say, where therapy involving the use of a particular drug or medicinal preparation is substantially more costly than alternative therapy or alternative therapies, the Committee shall not recommend to the Minister that the drug, preparation or class be made available as a pharmaceutical benefit under this part unless the Committee is satisfied that the first mentioned therapy for some patients provides a significant improvement in efficacy and a reduction of toxicity over the alternative therapy. So, my apologies for reading that out in full, but it is an important and legislated requirement that the PBAC has to consider. These clauses require a test that the PBAC must make in our decision making, but it specifies no values or metrics that constitute a correct answer. Now, I think this is deliberate. I think governments wanted to give the PBAC leeway to respond to different needs, and we do. We don't have a fixed decision point, and we have a point of reference for our decisions about incremental cost effectiveness, but there are many medicines listed with higher cost per quality adjusted life year than the reference point. Those are frequently for diseases which are less common in relation to that. So now back to my search. Where does the PBAC find guidance on these matters? Going hand in hand with most legislation, there will usually be a policy that sets out the intent of the legislation. But the policy can be much broader than the legislation, and policy settings can change even when there is no change to the legislation. Policy set out the values of the government of the day, but policies don't have to change from government to government, and sometimes governments just impose new nuances on existing policies. For example, the previous government made a commitment to fund all positive decisions of the PBAC. Now, the only medicine-specific policy is the National Medicines Policy. Now, at this point, I'm hoping some listening will say to themselves, oh, so that's why Wilson has been banging on about the need to review the National Medicines Policy ever since he became chair, and why he would argue that the review needs to be complete before we do the HTA policy review. The policy is where we find, or should find, the broader parameters about what we are trying to achieve with the PBS. It represented a consensus view of many stakeholders endorsed by governments over 2 decades about what we were trying to achieve in facilitating and subsidising access to medicines. If you read between the lines, it talks about fairness in access, affordability, benefits and values. It helps determine the broader framework that guides the PBA's decision making. The consultation and debate occurring as part of the current review of the National Medicines Policy, I think, is healthy. There are many things that we may want to change in relation to that, or many things that we may want to be more specific in the National Medicines Policy, or we may choose to leave it as a relative general statement and allow and expect that the HTA policy review picks up and specifies those. One element, for example, that I have picked up is the desire from many stakeholders to be more specific about some of the elements of value, and of course the issue of timeliness of access. Of course, there are other government policies and legislations that are also influential. Decisions of agencies like Finance and Treasury may set whole of government parameters that influencing funding parameters. Legislation like that on discrimination are relevant, and policies such as closing the gap on inequities experienced by our First Nations people are also important. In considering medicines for listing on the PBAC is largely dependent on receiving an application from a sponsor, usually a company, but it can be other interested parties. As an aside, it is a limitation which the PBAC has identified and it's suggested should be changed to allow more flexibility in some specific situations. And I think the sorts of situations we're talking about are those aspects, for example, of rare cancers, or more commonly, or one of the more common situations we have, which is access to medicines for paediatric populations. Not many medicines are fully trialled for paediatric populations, and companies do not feel they can apply for listing for these populations if it's not been approved by the TGA. It is desirable that the PBAC be explicitly given some leeway to make such listings without having to resort to making them unrestricted, and without potentially and having a mechanism which can self-generate applications for consideration. Now, the PBA submission guidelines were developed to assist sponsors in making applications to provide information needed for our decision making. I'm not going to go through all the different elements of that lengthy document, but in effect, it's become a tool that has translated the requirements of the Act, the values of the National Medicines Policy, and any other requirements of us, such as those that arose from the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement in 2004. The guidelines note the principal quantitative factors that we use in our decision making, and I'm not going to reiterate those for you here today. The bit that I do want to reiterate for you is that the guidelines do identify that there are other, less readily quantifiable factors that influence our decision making, including the confidence in the evidence and assumptions relied on in the submission, equity, including age or socioeconomic or geographical status, the presence of effective therapeutic alternatives, the severity of the medical condition treated, the ability of the targeted therapy, the ability to target therapy with the proposed medicines precisely and effectively to patients likely to benefit most, public health issues like the development of resistance, and any other relevant factor that may affect the suitability of the medicine for listing on the PBS. The guidelines, as I've indicated, aim to achieve a level of consistency and quality in the submissions so that all medicines for all conditions receive an equal treatment in decision making. One of the decisions when the guidelines were first developed was, in terms of benefits and cost, to take a primary perspective from the health system rather than, say, from a broader societal perspective. Note that I said primary perspective, not necessarily the only perspective. This is because we can be much clearer, more certain on the health benefits and costs than we can beyond this. In the words of Section 3A.1.4 in the perspectives on the economic evaluation of in the guidelines, the PBAC's preferred healthcare system perspective includes, and it sets out what they are, including costs incurred by the patient, the public and private healthcare provider, and outcomes that are associated with the patient. They do not include costs and outcomes that are not specifically related to health and/or provisions of health in the base case. It goes on to talk about broader societal perspectives and how they might be brought into consideration in relation to this. It talks about supplementary analyses which may be appropriate where the proposed intervention has important societal implications extending beyond the health outcomes of the patient receiving the medicine and beyond the healthcare system. So, for example, cost savings or socially relevant outcomes in domains such as education, housing or justice or economic productivity impacts. So, within the guidelines, there is the capacity for PBAC to look at these other perspectives as part of that. How many times do we see it? Not very often. Why is that? Probably because people read the first bit about our preferred perspective and assume that that means we don't place any emphasis on the second part, and it's just not true. We do take that into account, those broader aspects, when we make our decisions. Now, and we have done that, for example, in impacts on school outcomes from the treatment of attention deficit disorder or carer harms for the people with dementia. So these are important considerations in our formulation of the value proposition. What it doesn't usually do as a primary consideration is incorporate these benefits and costs in looking at the incremental cost effectiveness. So why is that, and does it matter? The point of the incremental cost effectiveness is to understand the additional benefits versus harms from a new treatment over a comparator treatment or usual care, which may include no treatment. Our position is that this is usually best reflected in the clinical trial data, and that those clinical trials rarely contain information on these broader benefits. The broader benefits are usually assumed and modelled or gathered from separate observational data. So we clearly see these extended benefits, just that in judging the incremental value, they are less certain and potentially less redeemable where the argument is cost saving. Moreover, governments budget in buckets. They allocate a certain amount to health, education, defence and all other portfolios. So in judging the relative value of an expenditure, it usually occurs within portfolios, not across portfolios. And even within portfolios, it can be challenging. For example, is the best value achieved in investing in more bariatric surgery or in medicines for weight reduction or in prevention of obesity? In cancer, we see the same sort of potential spread across those different investments. Now, you might reasonably say, and all of these are important, and I would agree, but unfortunately, at the end of the budget day, they all come from the same bucket. There are also some practical considerations. In principle, I have no issue with the incorporation of broader benefits more formally into PBAC decision making. It is applied, providing it is applied universally to all applications. Multi-criteria decision making or analysis is one tool proposed for this. It's a bit clunky and it's still relatively underdeveloped in the health space, but it is an option. And it may have an advantage in making more transparent consideration of some of those broader benefits and harms, and that's not a bad thing, the transparency. However, what is not clear to me is how it would make a difference to our decision making. There is now close to 30 years of PBAC decision making around listings based on this current framework. As I've talked you through, we are required by legislation to make assessments based on comparative effectiveness, safety and costs. It's not evident to me that the incorporation of these broader values will necessarily alter the relative value, and in order to maintain a consistency of decision making, how we could adjust those past decisions to ensure comparative relativity. Without that, we could end up in a position of shifting the goalposts where government are paid more for medicines without any real gains. Another adage that you will have repeatedly heard from me when I talk, it is very difficult to change one element of a decision-making framework without potential unintended effects. This is not an argument not to make changes and not to change elements. It is stating that when we make these changes, we need to make sure that we take it a whole of system, a whole of decision framework perspective on it. I noted earlier one of the challenges of listing medicines for paediatric patients when they're not under TGA approved. Another challenge for us in relation to adolescents and young persons is that cancer is by its nature much more common in older persons. For example, the youngest median age of patients in trials for the 10 cancer missions for November meeting this year is 51 years, and 80% of them were above 60 years. So younger patients are not well represented in trials. However, it is also the case that the PBAC has accepted incremental cost-effectiveness medicines for cancers and rarer cancers, for cancers where younger people are more represented, and for rarer cancers. In closing, I hope you will take away that the decisions of the PBAC are heavily influenced by formal health technology assessment, but the factors it considers are not confined to that HTA inputs. It is true that we have to consider both the relative cost effectiveness and the total costs of medicine in our deliberations. But let there be no doubt that the first question that PBAC seeks to clarify in its deliberations is the need for the new medicine. That need is a consideration of the nature of the illness, its impact on patients, the number of people affected by the illness or condition, and how they are affected by it. Sometimes this is pretty well known to us, but other times not so clear. And that's why we prioritise to find out more from patients about the impacts on their families and from their relevant specialists. We consider, in a general way, the availability of existing treatments and how well those treatment works and the impacts of those treatments on patients. And we do consider those broader benefits, many of which for patients with cancer are nicely illustrated in the report counting the costs being released today. However, how it changes decision making is much less clear to me, and I look forward to that discussion. Thank you very much.
Andrew, thank you for those insights into the challenges in working out which is in and which is out. Super easy job, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Anne Single from the Patient Voice Initiative, an association that works towards improving the patient voice in the Australian health system. Anne has more than 20 years' experience in developing policy and practice in patient involvement in health technology assessment, or HTA. She is chair of the HTA International Interest Group for Patient and Citizen Involvement in HTA and has been proposed as a consumer representative on the Australian Government's HTA review. Anne will be speaking to us today about valuing working with patients in HTA. Welcome, Anne.
Thank you. Gosh, that picture's terrific. What can I say? COVID's been difficult for everyone, and apparently a lot more difficult up in Queensland than in southern states. Thank you to Rare Cancers and Canteen for the opportunity to speak today. Can I acknowledge the Ngunnawal people and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And I will flick my speaker on. As Karen mentioned, I'm with Patient Voice Initiative and I'm also involved in this international interest group. I just want to briefly say something about that. The Patient Voice Initiative is a multi-stakeholder group, but it's led by our chair, Jessica Bean. And Jessica can't be with us today, and for once I'm super delighted that she can't be with us. Usually I'm much happier for her to take these speaking engagements, but some of you may know Jessica is expecting a baby in October. Jessica is one of more than 2,000 people who've received Trikafta for cystic fibrosis who are having babies. And there's an unintended consequence, isn't it? So when Jessica's back on deck, she will share that story with you, but I just want to acknowledge it today because we're thinking about consequences that we value. And the other thing I want to say about that international group is in that group we have over 300 people in 43 countries around the world. They come from all different stakeholders, all different disciplines, and they're all there because they believe that patient involvement in HTA makes a difference to the quality of of HTA. And so they work on methodologies and on approaches so that we can do this well. Because one of the things we also know about patient involvement in health technology assessment is it can be a burden. So we need to do it better. So I wanted to talk today about valuing working with patients in health technology assessment. And I know we've been talking about this thing, HTA, health technology assessment, all morning, But I would be very surprised if there are not people in the audience who've never heard this strange term before. There are others who know a great deal more than I will ever know in this space. But I just wanted to take a moment to sit back on this term and to think about what health technology assessment is, because I think it gives us ideas about what health technology assessment can be to our community. And so health technology assessment, you might know, it came out of the US in the 70s, but a few years ago, an international group defined it again. This happens from time to time. And what that definition in front of you does, it highlights that it brings in, it's a multidisciplinary process, so it brings in all kinds of knowledge. It uses explicit methods, so robust methods for bringing that in. And really what it's trying to do is determine the value of medicines and other health technologies. This term health technology you hear around today, understand that can be anything from a Band-Aid to a blood product. It could be the latest immunotherapy, or it could be an exercise program. It's really any health intervention for prevention, diagnosis or treatment. I know some of you know this well, but we're about to, we hope, have an HTA review. And it's really important to me that we all understand what this thing is, because it's just 3 letters, but gosh, it's important. And I'd like to say it's a lot sexier than some of my colleagues suggest. So it's there to inform decision making. It's there to get that equitable, efficient and high quality health system. But I've a little cheekily depicted it as a box, because it's done in more than 30 countries around the world, and it's always a little bit different. And different countries put different emphasis and they do things slightly differently. So that box can contain all different manner of things. And I've put it there as a bit of a closed box, because I think for many of us it's really hard to understand what's going on in health technology assessment. And that's why we're grateful when someone like Andrew comes to speak to us about what's happening, how it's working, because it's really hard to see sometimes. So as Andrew said, it's really a way of determining value, and it does that by comparing. So I'm not going to keep using the word health technology for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to drop back and say medicines. But as I do that, I just want to acknowledge that the medical services and the consideration of how that's done at MSAC is every bit as important as considering how things are done at PBAC. So what it's doing is it's comparing 2 medicines, and it's using good quality evidence. So it's looking at randomized controlled trials, and then it's doing economic analysis. And we've talked about why we put a dollar figure on that. And for me, the reason we put a dollar figure on it is because it gives us units that you can compare then. But it could be something else. So it just needs someone to think about that, someone smarter than me. So what goes into that box? As Andrew alluded to, there's a lot that goes in the box, because what it's trying to think about in health technology assessment is what are the consequences of this. And we've heard patients this morning and their families talk very eloquently about some of those consequences. And what you see around the world is that sometimes these consequences feature more strongly in the consideration, sometimes not at all. I would have said that always thinking about the wider implications for the patients, relatives, caregivers and the population is critical. And yet I've had some people explain to me how that just naturally flows from the data. Not in Australia, I should say. So the issue then is that determining value, as Andrew spoke about, it depends on your perspective. And so the international definition has picked up on that idea and said, you know, that it depends who is involved in health technology, the sort of value you might determine. And why is that? Well, health technology assessment begins by asking questions. And depending who you ask different questions about a medicine. So if you're a patient, you're going to ask different questions, say, to your clinician. Maybe there's a bit of crossover, but there's some that your clinician's certainly not asking. And then if you're a health researcher, you're asking different questions again. And so then to answer your questions, you're going to need different evidence or information. And that means that we determine different values according to our perspectives. So who asks the questions and what evidence we use to answer them becomes really important. And over more than 20 years of patients being involved in health technology assessment here in Australia and around the world, we've learnt a lot about what's not sitting in that evidence base. And I'd just like to acknowledge the many thousands of patients and patients associations around the world who've taught us these things. So we know that the evidence is unlikely to capture this sort of information. Firstly, are they the outcomes that matter the most? Is the comparator appropriate? What does quality of life really mean? You know, you see these terms like fatigue. Does it mean that, you know, you need to have a bit of a lie-in in the morning? Or does it mean you actually can't prepare meals for yourself or drive to work? So what is the real-world implication of quality of life? Local variation in the provision of services. This is one that gets highlighted in every study, because around the world, what people think exists in a health service and what patients actually receive are quite different things. And patients are really great at highlighting this. The pathways to access and what that might mean. Endless information we depend on patients for. And it comes with a burden for patients to provide this in their communities. It's essential for us to understand the value of those health technologies. One of the problems, though, is we don't hear about it often till quite late in the life cycle. So what I've attempted to do here is depict the life cycle of a medicine. So it might begin with research and development. It then may go through a process to be approved to be sold in Australia, and then it will come in at reimbursement for health technology assessment. Some of these other areas are called health technology assessment too, but let's focus on reimbursement because that's what we're interested in today. And one of the issues is that in a lot of cases, you can come all the way through to health technology assessment without this information being captured and documented about what matters most to patients. And even when it comes into health technology assessment, you go all the way through evaluation without this being explicit. So you're doing your economic analysis without knowing these things. And then what people do at appraisal is they have to now take those numbers and then with this wider context they've learnt from patients, make sense of it. Now I know I've simplified that a bit, but that's the challenge here. We've done our economic analysis before we've understood the patients. I should say it's changing around the world, and some of you may work for companies that are increasingly involving patients earlier in research and development. But what I would say is we still get an awful lot of evidence through where we either don't know whether patients were involved in it or they weren't involved in it. So we can't make an informed decision. But there are some great examples. For example, the European Initiative paradigm, which was multiple companies, multiple patient associations, multiple HTA bodies, including the Canadian one snuck in pretending to be European. And what they did was they worked together to develop tools and guidance about how you get patients effectively working with you during R&D and also through that early dialogue process that exists in some systems. We talked about bringing topics and proposing topics. A lot of HTA bodies have tried this, and it's difficult because forming research questions can be difficult. But I'm pulling out IQWiG in Germany there because they've done a lot of work to make this much, much more simple. And so they get 5 topics a year from their community. They're usually from patient communities highlighting a need. And then there's a panel which includes patient communities to prioritise those questions. So their HTA, rather than responding always to the technologies coming through, is thinking, where is the patient need? Now let's ask the question. And many of you will know NICE in England. NICE is one of the bodies where they bring in people, patient groups earlier into the process, usually before phase 3 trials, sometimes before phase 2. And they start scoping the sort of assessment they will do. So talking to the patient population about the population, the intervention, the comparator, the outcomes, what's going to matter here, what will good evidence look like in this space. I made notes today. How is time? Great. So quickly, a few other examples. Wales is really new in this area. It's a non-medicines HTA body. They decided, let's create our patient involvement processes with our community. So what they're doing is each time they do an assessment, they've got patient community members in a group, and they've got patient expert people, and they work out what is going to be the best way to engage with this community when we do this assessment. And from each assessment, they're learning and they're refining the way they work as an organisation. In Scotland, which had patient involvement in the Scottish Medicines Consortium from the moment it started, after a while, patients said, you know what, we're a little bit tired of being your input. We don't always want to answer your questions. We actually want to have partnership with you. This belongs to us too. And so they introduced the idea of patient group partners, where patient associations sign up and become partners, and then they have an advisory committee above it. And that advisory committee, its remit was to improve patient involvement processes. But over the years, trust and confidence in each other has grown. And so now they've been involved in much more than patient involvement processes. They've been involved, I would say, in setting the rules for HTA. So they helped develop the ultra-orphan process, and they helped develop the criteria for what ultra-orphan would be. And even in COVID, SMC had to stop doing HTA, Scottish Medicines Consortium had to stop doing health technology assessment, and it was the patient partners who helped them work out how to prioritise and ramp up again. And you can see this influence on starting to shape how we do HTA over in France as well. So it was the Federation of Patient Associations there that helped with, that worked together with the HTA body to define their new early access to medicines process. And so they said what was in, what was out, how are we going to do this, how are we going to meet our needs. And the final one, which I won't go into in depth, but it's a process they're working on in Europe for being more explicit about the methods and making judgments before you start the HTA about the values you're going to use when you're doing the HTA, and then making sure that that is clear. And of course, the real trick is when your values are competing and having the dialogue with stakeholders about those competing values. So with all this great work going, when I went to the annual meeting last June, that's my holiday snap there, you would think that I would be really encouraged. And yet I took a day off after annual meeting, and I have to say I felt pretty flat. And that was for a number of reasons. One of the reasons I think was really that we hear a lot of talk, and we heard a lot of talk there, about HTA not being a barrier to innovation, but HTA being a steward or a coach that brings innovation into our health system. And so we talked a lot about learning with people. And I guess I felt discouraged because I still think we keep patients a little bit at arm's length on this. We keep patient communities at arm's length on this. We're happy to have their input. We're happy when they address the questions we've got that we haven't got answers to. But I'm not sure that we're yet feeling really comfortable working with patients on how we're doing health technology assessment. And I think if we're to tackle some of these really complicated questions about how we understand value and how we have processes that do that, we should be involving patient communities to problem solve with us. And excuse me for this long quote, but I was thinking, gosh, you know, it's just like Pascal Lou's work. Now, I'm not an academic, and those of you who are academics in the audience will know that straight away. But Pascale is a French-Canadian academic, and she's been incredibly thoughtful about this area for many years. In fact, I was incredibly disheartened when I looked up this quote to find, actually that was 2006, she said that. So excuse some of the language there. She talks about lay, it's 2006, so it's before people realise patients are experts. So just ignore that bit. And she also talks about public, and Pascale would be the first to say patients are not public now. But in 2006, we talked a little different. You know, we barely had mobile phones. But what I wanted to bring out in that quote is she talked about this problem of trying to make patients fit into our structures. And we see that, you know, we write our written submission and we put it in the computer and it flows in the machinery of HTA. And really what we want is structures where we can learn with patients. And we see that informally, even here in Australia. I couldn't, many of you will know, you know, Joe or Sally, they're on the phone, they're chatting through the issues. And that's really what she says is required. But she says something else is required. She says that what she really wants is deliberative processes, so dialogue that's really well informed, where we can explore the public good that we want to achieve in all of this. And so she says that what we need is continuous and sustained discussion, not one-off public consultations, but places where we can have dialogue like we are today and make sense of this and find shared ways of really exploring this area. And so why, if she said that in 2006, do I think it's still relevant to bring up today? I think there is still a little bit of reluctance here, and I think we don't always talk about it, and I think it's that tension between science and participation. I think we like to think that data is pure, that it's not value-laden, and that it's neutral, and that if we bring the patients in on that, that we might lose some of that. I love robust science, that's why I'm in this space. But I don't think science is neutral, and that gives me an excuse to share another pair of academics who come out of Aberdeen, Vicky Entwistle and Stacey Carter, who've been really thoughtful about this space for a long time. And I just wanted to end by showing you this quote. They wrote this 5 years ago. They said, "It's important to recognise that health technology assessment is a value-laden enterprise whether or not the patients are involved. We're not the threat to health technology assessment. Highlighting this could be one of the most important contributions and indeed strategies of the patient involvement movement. Once the value-laden nature of HTA is acknowledged, the field of values that is recognised as relevant can be expanded, and the need to attend to the perspectives of patients and other stakeholders should be more apparent." So with that, I'd just like to leave you with the thought, there is a way of involving that is about being input, but if we're going to resolve some of these serious challenges in how we value new health technologies, we need partnership with patients, because in those communities is an enormous amount of knowledge that can help us solve these problems. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Reminds me of the debate about objectivity, whether it's objective or subjective, and there are many views on that. Being a journalist, I'm quite conscious of all of those things. Thank you again, Anne. A very important contribution on the value of incorporating the patient voice. So now we're going to discuss some of what we've just heard. So I'd like to welcome back to the stage some of today's previous speakers, and I will reintroduce them to you as we hustle them up to take their seats. Dr. Chris Gingell, Team Leader of the Biomedical Ethics Research Group at the Murdoch Children's Research Institute. Professor Andrew Wilson, who we just heard from, Chair of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, and Anne Single from the Patient Voice Initiative, immediately preceding me. And I would also like to introduce you to Hayley Anderson, Head of Patient Advocacy at Bristol Myers Squibb. Hayley works to bring patient perspectives to company decisions and actively supports the patient voice in health decision making. Hayley was formerly the CEO of Melanoma Patients Australia and has a strong appreciation of the issues Australian patients face. Welcome to the panel and to Richard Vines, who's going to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone, and thanks again for everybody who has participated so far today. It's been an amazingly diverse discussion, and thank you all. I think it's only fair because we've heard from everybody else, so I think it's good that we start and hear from Hayley. And we've had a lot of disruptive and interesting conversations today. It would be just good, perhaps, if you could share your perspectives on what's been shared so far, Hayley.
Thanks, Richard. I think my perspective on all of this will be much better in 3 days when I've had a chance to think about it all. But overwhelmingly, I suppose it's been it's compelling. The impetus for change is there, and I think that there is wide support for that change. We've got a system that does prioritise cost effectiveness, and that construct should take into account and theoretically does take into account a patient's experience and their quality of life and things like that. But we don't always do it well. Some of those instruments to measure those sorts of things aren't great, and so I think industry can do better in that respect. And I think there's wide support also for complementary inputs to the HTA process that will help the decision making, and some of the value discussions today certainly would be that.
Last year we had a report released on the rights and roles, and Jane Tiller, who's a colleague of Chris's, gave a talk, and she talked extensively about the social contract, and she defined the 3 pillars of that contract as being government, medicos and patients. And I reflected after and thought that we missed out on one, which is industry. The pharma industry is a key pillar in this particular process. And I was interested in how you see industry should form part of the social contract and this whole process. It can't just be as a provider. It's more complex than that, I would have thought.
It is more complex than that, and I think that the industry absolutely does have a role and should be is an important stakeholder. I think there's a job that industry needs to do and deliver upon, and I think you've said to me many times that you've never met anyone in all of this game that isn't doing it for the love of it and for the right reasons. And I think we can work together to identify the things that we have in common, the common outcomes we want to achieve, maintaining independence, maintaining our own roles, but I think we can work toward those goals.
Yeah. Chris, you asked us an enormous number of questions, and brilliantly so. How are we meant to balance the moral and ethical questions? We're all sitting here sort of thinking, we're all in trauma after what you've thrown and confronted us with. It's not easy, is it?
It's very, very hard, and I'm lucky in a sense because I do work in academia and philosophy where all these are sort of idealised problems where you can think about them in the abstract, and once you start to apply them in the real world, it gets really, really messy. And I was struck by what Andrew's talk about. Well, there's different questions here because there's, first of all, how much should we spend on health? How much should the bucket be? And I think for me personally, and a lot of people will think, well, government should be spending more on health in general. The bucket should be bigger. I mean, do we really need to spend billions building nuclear submarines when people's cancers are going untreated? So that's one question, and that's a political question. But then the other question is, say we've got a fixed budget, we can't increase the size of the budget. How do we spend that? And that is a very tricky question.
I think that question about, we just accept that there's a health budget and we don't argue about it. And I remember years ago having a conversation with a lung cancer oncologist, and he said if I had 30 million to spend tomorrow, I'd spend it on prevention, not treatment. And I said, well, you know, why not buy one less Joint Strike Fighter and do both? And I think that's really interesting, and I reflected on that issue with the fact that we're now looking at spending as a country 3.1 billion on new tanks. Now, the last two versions of tanks we've had, I don't think have ever fired a shot in anger, and you have to wonder whether we should broaden that process. And from an ethical perspective or a societal perspective, I'd be interested in where that argument leads us.
Yeah, I think we spent 200 million negotiating with France for submarines that we never bought. So there's clearly savings in other areas of the budget that we could be making.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
So there's an important issue there. From my perspective.
Yep.
Those are issues of government. They're issues for Parliament to debate and decide on what what it wants to do in that regard. So, parliaments in a democracy, parliaments decide on those sorts of things. They do, they decide, well, we're going to spend on this. There's also an underlying construct about the way people think about infrastructure differently within finance terms to costs which are recurrent. And where the PBS is the largest, within the top, I think it's the top 5, if not the top 3 recurrent expenditures within the health budget, within budgets within government at the moment. So there's a focus on it which is disproportionate in a way to the actual size of the spend because of the way it's seen in those sort of financial terms. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, and again, I'm going to bang on about it again, is that the decision framework that you set has to be informed by these bigger picture decisions about the values that you want. If you want to change these things, if you want to do things differently, I'm certainly, very keen and in favour of that. But it's not a decision of the PBAC to decide to change the framework. That's a decision of the government. It's a decision of Parliament if it wants to, change the way these things are done. And we can, point government in directions. We can advocate in relation to it. But if you want to have that discussion, that's where we have to have it.
And I have to say, and thank you so much for being here today, but you have been totally consistent with saying if you want change, go to the big house. You have said that to me so many times, and it's absolutely correct, that if we want a different system, the answer lies in...
Not far from here.
Not far from here at all, no. So I guess it does lead to the question, Andrew, that two questions. One is that, and I don't know if it's appropriate to even ask or if you'll be able to answer, but do you think that sometimes when we've talked about the issues of patient impact and value, that companies who are making submissions to both the TGA and the PBAC are not being adventurous enough or expansive enough in their submissions? And do you have a vision that you can share of what an improved system, what the outcome of the HTAI, what are some of the things that might be good there?
Yeah, so so the PBAC is a submission-driven process. We cannot generate our own submissions for applications. So we are dependent on either on a sponsor or an interest group in bringing forward a submission in relation to this. That can mean that a sponsor, a company, may choose to not bring forward the full range of options that are available. The full spectrum of a disease that a drug might be relevant to in when they bring it to us. So they may choose a narrower population, usually because that narrower population means that it'll be more cost effective and more affordable. So they're just they're just reading the guidelines and saying, "Oh, this is how we're going to get the drug listed." So that's it's not. There's no. They're following the logic of what's there at the moment in doing so, but that is potentially a significant disadvantage to patients. The other, situation, as I said, is where there's actually, the drug is just not registered for that purpose, and there may not be no evidence to support that registration process. So where do we go to with that? So we've had some recent examples where there have been, where there have been particular subtypes of cancers, particularly hematological cancers, where that subtype was either not present in the trials or in such small numbers that you couldn't really make a judgment about it. And we made a judgment to say, well, okay, we're going to include all of those cancers because, well, we'll never know what's going to happen in that particular subtype. And we could do that because it was a relatively small number. It wasn't going to have a big impact on the overall cost of it, and it certainly wasn't going to probably make much of a difference to the cost effectiveness in relation to that. What I was saying in my talk is that it would be nice to actually have some recognition of our ability to do that, so that we can actually be more proactive in extending these indications in situations where we know we're never going to get evidence for it. And at the moment, we talk about acts of omission and acts of commission in our decision making. So an act of omission is when we leave something out that's important. So when we don't put an age limit in, then that's an act of omission, and that means that clinicians then make a decision in conjunction with the patient about whether or not, or family in the case of paediatric, in the case of children, about whether it's appropriate to use the drug then. Acts of commission is when we specifically say for a particular group, particular cancer, we're now going to treat that cancer even though it's not approved for that indication. That's a much more difficult situation for us. It's not clear that we can legally do that, and so that's an area that I think we would really like to have some clarity that would help for situations, as we heard, for example, with GIST.
Yep, fair enough. And we've talked a lot about patient experience and patient outcomes, but there's also there's two ways to look at the way you see patients as part of the HTA process. One is, as we've discussed, patient experience and consequences, but there's also what we can refer to, as we like, as patient participation, but you can also refer to it as patient democratisation, which is going back to this point I think that Coleman made about that in First Nations people having a voice and being part of decisions that affect them. And where do you see that in the context of where we're at? And is it goes sort of towards the end of your speech at the end, but I thought it would be good to have a chat about it.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting because I think there was a real battle in the early days to get what was missing in the evidence, and we've built quite a bit of knowledge there, and unfortunately we have to duplicate it quite a bit. People have to resubmit it around the world. But I think what's emerged is the more patients have been involved in HTA, the more they can see where the limits are and what's the barrier to it. And two good patient academics, Sophie Vercoe and Sophie Stanishusko, wrote about this not long about closing the gap in the evidence, and they talked about how sometimes our HTA system can't really hear certain types of evidence because it's hard to integrate it into it. And so that's why I think now when we're talking about participation, we're talking about even just how we create HTA and how we do, I don't mean recreate it, but reform it and change it and improve it, because if it was simple to do, someone would have already done it. But within patient communities, I think people have all sorts of ideas and discussions they want to have. But HTA is really hard to make sense of from the outside, and that's why I depict it as that box. And that's why we need the dialogue. So you can talk to people in HTA and they say, well, the problem with that, and we heard it in some of Andrew's comments today, the problem with that would be this. Well, then you really want the patient community to say, well, is this an option then? We don't want the conversation to end there. And that's where I think we're going with this, because the health technologies keep on changing, and our understanding as a society and the values we have as a society are changing. But if we don't talk about health technology assessment a lot at the moment, it's because it's not easy for us to see it and to talk about it. But I think if it was more accessible and people understood, I can't believe I just went the people understood thing. I don't want to say people understood, but if people saw, I connect this dot with this dot, and that's why this is happening to me, then people would want to. Apologies for saying people understood. That's not what I meant to say.
And if anyone's got any doubts, I usually start every session I say with this, but at least half of you will end up as cancer patients. So the other half of you will end up looking after them. So we're all in this game. They're not a separate bunch of people. And I think that's really, really important.
So can I
Yeah,
just
please.
follow on from that? So let's take a radical solution. Let's say that the PBAC equivalent became a patient that was a group of patients who are making the decisions about it, selected on some basis or whatever. Certainly it wouldn't worry me. But the same issues will arise. There will be a framework in which they will have to make decisions. There'll be requirements on them to consider HTA probably as part of that process. There'll be requirements that they'll have to think about issues of the total cost of government. It won't change the nature there will still have to be a framework in which those decision makers have to work in relation. Well, it might do.
Of what is valued.
Yeah,
I mean, in yours, you were saying about the primary consideration is that cost effectiveness piece, and you're bound by that. You can consider other things, but you're bound by this construct that we have. So maybe with a new framework, we could have.
But only if you change the legislation.
Yes, of course. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say. If you've got, it doesn't matter who sits at the decision making.
Yes.
Sorry, it does matter who sits at the decision making table. Of
Very
course, it
critical.
has to be me.
Critical.
But there is a framework in which you make decisions, and unless you change that framework, then you'll get some sort of similar constraints.
And sorry, I'll just interrupt him, but I think what I'm not advocating is that we get rid of our committee and just have patients in charge, because I think everyone in that committee, along with patients, have expertise to bring to that conversation. But within individual HTAs, there's a lot of heat in that discussion. We're making recommendations in an HTA, but when we sit back and think about as a society what the processes we are, to have greater involvement of our patient communities in discussing what that framework looks like, and to buy into the complexities and the difficulties of it. In that Validate work they're doing in Europe, why I'm interested in that is because what it does, it teases out some of the difficult value judgments. But what it says is, these don't just belong to HTA. Let's talk about this as a society, about what we believe there, because it's one thing to vote for a government, it's another thing to see them do all the things your heart dreams they will do. Sorry, microphone.
Yeah, can I just pick that up, because we started this conversation around Indigenous populations, and a lot of what we seem to be landing on is that the risk is something similar to a voice to Parliament. And I was interested in what Chris thought about having this patient democratisation and participation in a way that is not just measuring experiences, but actually having them have a voice and an influence.
Yeah, I think that would be an important part, not just for their sort of perspectives that they might bring to the table, but just the feeling that you're part of a decision-making process and you've got there. So I feel like people find it much harder to accept that if the decisions are being made in some glass room, some room where they can't see and there's no transparency there, I think having patients involved in the decisions and increasing transparency can help, have trust in the decisions that people actually make.
Yeah, I think that's right. I wrote, it's a pity I haven't got Coleman on this panel, because when I was listening to his talk, he was talking about the social return on investment and the impact of it, and I kept thinking, if I calculated social return on investment, I think I'd spend less money on older people than younger people, and,
well, it's funny,
and I was a bit sensitive about that.
I've got to be careful too, because my mum's in the audience, but there's this remarkable statistic that 40% of the average health spend per person tends to happen in your last year of life. So it's when you're very, very sick and you're at a hospital and different things, fail. You need dialysis, then you need this, then you need this. And there's a lot of investment in that last month of life. And if you really wanted a radical solution, you could say, well, we're going to invest less after a certain age, and we're going to invest more in younger people, like, young mums and things like that. But that is very controversial, because you're basically saying when you get to an older age, yeah, we're going to invest less in your life now. So I think it is.
The response is go boomer.
Can I pick up on that as someone who might be approaching getting a bit older? I wondered, and I think it was there in the explanation about how over the years we've tried to put a value on life. So, that early value came from working out how much someone was going to earn in the rest of their life. For all of us in charity, what a horrifying idea that the value of our life will be how much we're about to earn in the next couple of years. But I wonder whether some of that sits when we make these things and we worry about whether we're going to not value older people. Because I would say as a society, we don't value our older people. And actually what's important is actually to be more clear and explicit about the value of our older people. And we'll find they're worth a lot.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think it's a very tricky... Of course, we spend most of our money in the last year of people's lives because that's when people get sick. That's now, whether the money that we spend there is best, that we're using it in the best way, we possibly could to provide care and support and comfort during that period of time is a very different question. And I think I'm not sure that there's much to be gained from trying to have that discussion if we frame it as that money is being wasted in that period of time.
It just comes back to the cost effectiveness question, though, because if you're going to apply all these cost effective measures to all these other new sort of treatments, then maybe you should apply in cost effectiveness to health spending across the board. And in that case, you're going to get less bang for your buck by spending money who people are going to die in the last month, sort of anyway. So I think it speaks to consistency, really, and values. No, sorry.
We're just rolling from that. Could we talk a little bit about? There's so many. We've got 3.5 minutes left, but we've got. And by the way, we haven't taken questions from the audience because it's very difficult with such a large population online to try and make that coherent. And if you've ever sat through an AFL coach's interview after, you realise how impossible it is when you can't hear the question. So apologies, but and now having explained that, I've lost my place. Two things. One was I mentioned in my introduction the pan-tumour inquiry that that Greg Hunt dropped on you without consultation, and we can talk about him now. He's not here anymore. But I wondered whether you see some scope for that inside the upcoming review and the potential of it, because for a lot of rare cancers, it is almost the holy grail that we've got so many drugs available in the country at the moment that are not available for specific indications. I just wondered if we could get your view, Andrew.
Yeah, so I think one of the things about that inquiry was, wasn't really an inquiry. The Minister asked for advice from the PBAC on that particular issue. Is that the term pan-tumour means many things to different people, right? For people with rare cancers, it meant this is a way of extending access to those drugs to areas where there may be little or no evidence of benefit in relation to it. To sponsors, to companies, it was about, was there an approach, a simplified approach to the funding of immunotherapies that meant that they didn't have to put in an application, or at least as complicated an application every time they had an indication. So, so part of what we had to do in providing advice to the Minister was tease those different elements apart and indicate which ones were feasibly within our remit and which ones weren't. It is. I don't think it is a holy grail, but it is achievable and it will happen. It's not happening as fast as I want, that we will find a way of a simplified approach to funding PDL inhibitors. I think what we would like to get to is a series of prices which are agreed in relation to levels of effectiveness or some sort of gradient like that. And then basically if an agent is approved by the TGA for that particular cancer indication, then the application just argues that it goes into one or other slot, and then there's a relatively straightforward process for those. A bit like what we did with Hep C, but it's a bit more complicated than Hep C because of the outcomes that you're looking at are a bit more problematic in that regard. So I think it's achievable. It's just taking a while to get there in relation to that. The issue of the extension to these other ones goes back to the issue that I was talking about before and the challenges within that space, and it's not an easy discussion because we've been having this with the TGA about where they sit in relation to this, as you know, in relation to reuse of different drugs, repurposing, sorry, which has similarities in terms of this, but hopefully we can find a way through it.
Hayley, from an industry point of view, is there enthusiasm and excitement about doing this and getting it there, or challenges?
Well, I think that comes back. So I'm not a market access person,
No.
to be clear, but I think that does come back to the common goal of being patient access to medicine. So I think we have to work to different priorities will exist for different stakeholders, but we've got to work to that end that all of us want to get patients access to the medicines they need without waiting unduly.
Thanks.
And the one other thing that I was just thinking of then, Richard, was that comment that Sarah made around, what was it, blind acceptance of our systems. I think it's blind acceptance of the way things are being a barrier, and I think it's really terribly buoying, I suppose, to hear Andrew speak and have an appetite for change, because that's what we've got to have, that appetite for change if we're going to move things along.
Yeah, and we are forever grateful that you do the job that you do and that you turn up and care as much as you do, and the same for all of you. There's a big red screen in front of me which says time's up. I gleefully ignored it when I was doing my opening speech, but I think I better stop. So please thank the panel. They've been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Richard, very much for not ignoring the timer. I appreciate that. Now we're going to stop, and you're going to have time over lunch to think about everything that you have just heard. We will have an hour's break. I just need to tell you, for those in the room here, you will be going to a secure area of Parliament for lunch, to the Mural Hall, and you need to gather outside the theatrette here as promptly as possible, please. And you will be escorted upstairs. So you need to also have those yellow passes that you've got visible, otherwise they won't let you in and you will go hungry. So please don't do that. We're going to have you brought back downstairs at the end of lunch and hope to have you seated here again at 1:55 to begin our stream at 2 p.m. So please enjoy lunch. Thank you again for your attention, and we'll see you this afternoon. Gee, I'm doing well at commanding the room. I haven't even said a word.
We've got 1 minute.
Well, you can talk among yourselves for 1 minute, so. We're just waiting for those on the stream to join us. And while we're waiting, I might encourage you, while you're in the room, if you don't mind popping your masks on. I know I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. My only justification is that I'm up and down, but we do have people in the room. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome back to session 3 of CANFORUM 2022. In this session, we'll round out our discussions today on the concept of cost effectiveness and measuring value, and it's under the title of Real Lives, Real Value. And we'll bring the conversation back to where Rare Cancers Australia strongly believes the focus needs to be, on the real lives of real Australians. To kick off this conversation, I'd like to welcome to the stage patient advocate Angus Cunningham. Angus was first diagnosed with cancer at the age of 10. When he relapsed at the age of 12, a very successful fundraising campaign helped to raise the money needed to pay for his treatment, a drug which wasn't listed on the PBS. Today, Angus wants to give back to the community that supported him all those years ago by raising awareness of the challenges rare cancer patients face. Welcome, Angus.
Hello everyone. My name is Angus Cunningham and I'm a 19-year-old university student. I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Business and a Bachelor of Creative Intelligence and Innovation. It sounds a lot more interesting than it is, so don't worry about that. I'm in front of everyone here today to talk about the devastating effects of cancer on everyone involved, the inaccessibility to life-saving treatments, and how as a whole cancer drastically changed my life. Before I start today, I just want to give a massive shout out to Rare Cancer Australia. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. So my story starts off quite different to most people's. As I was a young, fit kid who loved sports, mates, and irritating everyone around them 24/7 by non-stop talking. I can confirm these are all still true. Everything was fine, really, and I was barely ever sick. I can't really remember a time where I was sad or anything. However, in early 2013, my life was to change forever. It was one night where I was in my room with my amazing mum, Trish, who's hopefully watching, where I noticed the first signs of what was to be Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 2A. The lumps on the right side of my neck were massive. Looking back in the moment, I was extremely proud of this. Don't ask me why. I think maybe the girls would have thought I was more attractive than I was back then. So I think that's probably why I was excited about it. But anyways, after many tests were done, it was confirmed that, yeah, it was a childhood cancer. So the diagnosis was a weird day. It was a weird day as I was so young and I don't remember too much. But all I can think about is how zoned out I was. I was also extremely interested and intrigued as a kid. But the first time in my life, I was quiet and I was just numb. Having parents who had experience in the health system, I knew a little bit about what cancer was. In saying this, I couldn't fathom how, as such a young kid, I could have it. Wasn't cancer only for old people? I always thought to myself. No offense to anyone. I constantly thought to myself. Although the cancer diagnosis was scary, we were ensured that the cancer was extremely treatable and the chance of a relapse or any complications were very slim. So from there, I started my treatment. In about 6 long months, I received a clear PET scan, meaning no cancer was visible and treatment was to be concluded. Overall, thanks to the overwhelming support from my family, my friends and my community, my first experience with cancer was as positive as it really can be in that situation. My best mates even shaved their heads with me, so I wasn't the only bald kid walking around school. I'll never forget the look on the teachers' faces when 10 bald kids rocked up to school. It was honestly priceless. Fast forward to February 2015, almost a year and a half since my initial clear PET scan, the lumps have returned. I had an awful feeling straight away that the cancer was back, as the lumps were almost identical to my original ones, except this time they were bigger and on both sides of my neck. A PET scan soon after confirmed our worst nightmare. The cancer was back. How could this happen? Was my cancer meant to be gone? Wasn't it highly treatable? There was constant questions that were always on my mind. This time, the news wasn't as positive as the last time, as my cancer was now a rare cancer and it had spread to both sides of my neck and to my abdomen. The chemotherapy was a lot more aggressive, but the only thing that was doing was making me extremely sick. No signs of stopping the progressing cancer. The only option was radiotherapy, which is probably the weirdest experience of my life looking back, where I was strapped down to a bed with a mask on and told to stay incredibly still. I wouldn't recommend. Radiotherapy saw the first signs of the cancer disappearing, but it wasn't enough, so I underwent an autologous stem cell transplant. After the worst 31 days of my life, where I didn't leave the hospital room, we learned of a new drug trial with a drug called brentuximab, which was seeing success in a post-stem cell transplant situation to ensure that any residual cancer was to be killed off. Brentuximab was also perfect for me, as it would also help my social life, which was impacted, of course, as I'd still be able to go to school and my hair wouldn't fall out, which is awesome. This is exactly what I needed to hear, as for over a year and a half, I was unable to see my mates or even go to school. Who knows a 12-year-old wants to go to school? However, there was one slight issue. The drug was $11,000 per treatment and I needed 16 doses, and private health would cover none of it. I just remember thinking to myself, you could buy yourself a lot of lollies with that kind of money, or even my dream car, an Audi R8. Looking back, it is good to know my priorities were set straight. This is where Rare Cancers came in to assist. Rare Cancers helped set up a crowdfund for us, and with some airtime on TV with a kind affair, we were able to raise over $260,000. I'll never be able to thank Rare Cancers enough for what they did for me and my family. My family and I, sorry. Looking back now, I can't believe that we had to crowdfund to save my life. Still to this day, it causes me massive anxiety and PTSD thinking about it. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I didn't raise the money. Rare Cancers gave us hope when all hope was lost. Thanks to the help of the generous donations for people around Australia and maybe the world, we were able to purchase my treatment. And after 11 doses, a clear PET scan revealed that my cancer was completely gone. And to this day, over 6 years later, I've been completely cancer-free. Thank you. But it makes me think, what about all the families that can't raise that amount of money for cancer treatment? For us, there was no plan B. Maybe my parents would have remortgaged the house and gone into debt, or have to try treatment with more risks and side effects. I was so young, and I just assumed that when you get sick, people help you to get better, right? Well, it was really hard to understand that sometimes it doesn't just work like that. No one wants to get cancer. Like, it's no one's choice. Why should people like me have to crowdfund to purchase life-saving treatments? Without my treatment, I may have never got to experience my teenage years, the formals, graduating year 12, starting university, and all the things that people just take for granted. The fact that inequity involving cancer treatments is still seen in a country like Australia baffles me. To conclude, cancer is horrible, not just on the patient, but everyone involved. Having to see a brother, a sister, a grandparent, a friend, etc. go through treatment is scary enough. But imagine being in charge of paying for life-saving treatments because they aren't covered by the PBS. This is a very real reality that faces many Australians, including myself. To think that cancer treatment is viewed as a cost or a burden instead of an investment is dreadful. Certain treatments that could extend or even save someone's life are inaccessible due to the financial aspects of the treatments or because they aren't approved. This has got to change. Thank you, Rare Cancers, for setting up this amazing day and giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Angus, thank you so much for being willing to share that. I don't think there's a better person who could articulate real life, including real life with cancer. Congratulations on your diagnosis. You said everything that needs to be said and your smile said the rest. So thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Brennan. Oops, I'm losing my place here. Here we are. Michael is chair of the Productivity Commission, which provides independent research and advice to government on economic, social and environmental issues affecting the welfare of Australians. Michael previously served as Deputy Secretary of the Fiscal Group in the Federal Treasury and Deputy Secretary of the Economic Division in the Victorian Department of Treasury and Finance. He's worked as an Associate Director at PricewaterhouseCoopers and as a Senior Advisor to Treasurers and Ministers for Finance at the state and federal level, and survived, it seems. Michael will be speaking to us today about the concept of a healthy population and healthy economy. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you all. You can hear me okay? And Angus, that's a tough act to follow. After that heartwarming and authentic personal reflection, then I get the introduction as, you can tell I'm kind of like the economic rationalist from Central Casting, Productivity Commission, Treasury, etc., PwC. But I'm going to try and reflect on a few of the themes that have been, I think, common across the various strands today, a couple in particular, to give you a bit of a sense of how it is that policymakers think through the issue of quantifying the impact of health interventions, where the value is measuring value versus cost, and coming a bit to talking about where the economic dividend from good health comes in. And I'll talk a little bit about innovation. I'll leave most of that to Zoe. I'd like to start by acknowledging traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I prepared a few slides, and I'm just going to kind of riff off them a little bit. But the first observation to make is that valuing healthcare interventions is a very difficult thing to do, but very necessary. Of course, we're talking about lives, and you're trying to juxtapose the lived experience, the impact on family and friends with these dollar values. And it can inevitably feel clunky, it can inevitably feel cold and calculating. But to some extent, if we're serious about rationing the public dollar across competing uses, we have to have some sense of where the relative value is likely to lie. Health's incredibly costly, and one of the things that's distinctive about the health industry as against all others, pretty much all others, is that technology seems to add to cost rather than to reduce cost, right? In every other sector of the economy, we talk about technology coming in and it effectively reduces cost. It's the automation of production processes in manufacturing or agriculture or whatever. In health, we talk about technology, it raises cost. Now, the dividend from that is that we get high quality. But it's something that we have to think through, right? For the Productivity Commission, we've got a little bit of experience in this. We did a report a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, 2019, I guess it was, reporting early in 2020 about mental health. And one of the key conclusions we came to there when we tried to quantify what is the impact of mental ill health on the Australian economy was that the cost was in the order of $180 to $190 billion. How did we come up with that? Well, a bit like the numbers in the document that you've launched. You know, it's art as much as it is science. But what we were trying to do was use a methodology not dissimilar to what the PBAC would look at when you're trying to think about quality adjusted life years. So what is the cost of lives that are cut short by mental illness, say suicide, premature death, but also the impact of lives lived in less than full mental health. So you get 180 to 190 billion. I'll just make 2 points about it that I think are important. One is that when you looked at that total cost, only a small fraction of it was actually the things that you can count up as foregone GDP, right? So the actual economic cost in terms of participation or productivity was actually sort of a minority of the overall cost. And I think that's an important point when we're trying to think about what the value of health interventions is. Of course, the economic bits are important. Healthier people, as I'll come to, have a tendency to participate more fully in the economy, participate more fully in the labour market, tend to earn higher wages, work more hours, all of that. But it's actually the smaller part of the story. And the bigger bit is the broader wellbeing impact. And who said that economists don't care about broader wellbeing? It's just hard to quantify. The second point is that it's one thing to kind of total up that aggregate cost or that aggregate burden, $180, $190 billion. We then came up with a series of potential policy reforms, policy interventions that maybe could do something about mental health. When we added up the benefits of those reforms, the benefits do not total 180 billion, right? Because the point is it's fiction or kind of escapist to think that we can somehow wipe away mental ill health altogether at the stroke of the policymaker's pen. Of course you can't. So in the real world, you're dealing in that segment of what's achievable, right? So we felt there was a suite of reforms that could reduce that burden by about 18 to 19 billion dollars, right? Around 10%, which might seem modest, but it's actually pretty significant, right? As policy interventions go, that's a pretty significant dividend. But you can't solve everything. One of the things about the, as I said, highly imperfect, these estimates of the overall burden of mental health. But it does allow you to make some observations, at least at a high level. One of the things about mental health, and rare cancers are kind of an example of this as well, where it's striking people relatively young in life, as mental health does, bearing in mind a lot of disease burden is striking people at a relatively advanced age. Again, totally kind of cold and calculating, but that's a lot of years of future life that are affected by ill health. And that's part of the reason why the burden of mental health and why the burden of childhood cancers is so large. And you do want to factor that a bit into the sort of formulations you're making, the valuation of competing interventions. You do want to try and reflect the fact that where something hits young people, it's likely to have a longer lasting impact. I'll just rush through a few of these things just to make a couple of broad points. Firstly, on broad value, Australia spends about $200 billion a year on health. That's a little bit over 10% of GDP. It's a lot, and it's rising pretty dramatically. But when you step back, we probably are getting, overall, by OECD standards, pretty good value for the dollars that we spend. Australians' life expectancy is a little bit above the OECD average. Our spend as a share of GDP is about on the average, maybe a little bit below. When you do a chart that tries to map our spend as a share of GDP against life expectancy, compare it to all the OECD comparators, we do better than you would expect. You know, we do better than that relationship would normally expect. So we're getting good dividends in many ways out of the health spend. And if you think about where we've come from over 100 years or so, we've had major inroads into childhood mortality, infant mortality, major inroads into life expectancy, which has gone from about 40 in the early 1900s to high 70s, low 80s today. So it's a pretty good deal. The question is for the marginal dollar, what are we getting? And what are we getting in different interventions? And I'll just make this observation about the health system. You're very familiar with the PBAC process. You're very familiar with the health technology assessment process. For people like me, that process is, as frustrating as it is for many of you, there's a kind of a comfort associated with that at least it does have a sense of rigour, right? It is trying to get at what is the cost per quality adjusted life year of different pharmaceuticals. Different parts of our health system have that rigour built into them, but a lot don't. And when you think about where most of that $200 billion is flowing across our health system, a lot of it is happening a little unthinkingly, right? We have programs like the MBS, programs like activity-based funding in hospitals, range of other demand-driven programs, even the PBS, because there's no cap on how much is used once a drug is prescribed in aggregate. So a lot of the dollars that are flowing are a little bit unthinking. It's not as though we're sort of sitting there really thinking about every individual dollar. And the second observation I'd make is, for the most part, Australia's health system, and this is partly a virtue, but not entirely, is one that funds activity rather than value. So we fund people to go to the GP, we fund people to go to specialists, we'll fund that on an activity or a fee-for-service basis, we fund public hospital activity, again, on an activity-based funding basis. That's been a very important process for driving a sort of sense of technical efficiency. Funding hospitals for what they actually do reduces cost to an extent, but we don't always have a strong sense of value. What is it that we're really getting? We're getting a lot of activity, or are we getting a lot of value in terms of health outcomes? One radical approach to thinking about value in the health system is to ask people what they actually want. The slide here I've got refers to a consultation that involved a large-scale survey with 6,000 participants, asking them, what is it that you really want out of the health system? The key priorities were mental health, bearing in mind about half of Australians at some point will deal with mental ill health to some extent, being active, but most importantly staying independent and managing one's health condition, particularly for people with chronic conditions. But the health system isn't always necessarily delivering the type of care that aligns with what people value. And the experience with cancer may be quite different to the experience with other parts of the system, but it is interesting we have a health system primarily organised around episodes of illness, a slightly reactive system, one where you present to the system when you've got something wrong, and you're going to find out more about it, rather than one that reaches out to you and tries to help you proactively or preemptively manage things before they emerge. So it is worth asking what a different looking health system might be, what might a better health system look like, not just one that's sort of better on some sort of technocratic measure like the ones that I've already outlined. When we did the last 5-year productivity review a few years back, shifting the dial, we talked about these various attributes here, but the most important element was empowerment. The idea that a system should be centred around the individual, so it should be less fragmented between a whole bunch of different systems, an acute system that's over here, and then a primary care system that's over here, and maybe allied health over there, and some other social supports over here. We did refer to this little anomaly, the idea that it's a peculiarly health thing to have a waiting room, like the idea in any other service sector that you wait around for the practitioner to kind of see you. Well, that's kind of foreign in most of what we think of as consumer, customer, patient-centred service delivery. But the sense of coordination, both through data, but also just through practitioners kind of having genuine team-based approaches around the individual were pretty important and significant elements of what that ideal system might look like. I'm just going to rush through a couple of these other things. I won't deal with them today. It was basically we had some work that we did primarily around chronic health conditions that was really aimed at illustrating the extent to which there is a lot of on-the-ground innovation that goes on in the health sector. And a lot of it's not all that sort of technologically whiz-bang. You know, a lot of it is just making use of pretty simple technological tools, text messages, ringing people up, asking them a few questions, triaging how they're going. We had a look at a bit of software that some GPs developed on the Gold Coast that was basically just very basic data analytics, just mining GP information to kind of provide a few sort of preemptive or predictive warnings about individual patients. This person might need this checkup, this person is at high risk of a hospital admission, etc. And the broad point was that on the ground there is a lot of innovation going on in the health sector around developing this more value-based, more integrated system, but for the most part it's by people who are rule breakers rather than rule followers. And it's often, as I say, not particularly technologically sophisticated. It's just people using the tools that they've got to drive a better outcome. But I'll just spend a couple of minutes talking about the thing that you kind of really wanted me to talk about, which is what is the connection between health outcomes and economic outcomes. And I'll just give you a few illustrations, particularly focused on labour market outcomes, that just show the starkness of what the difference is in terms of a person's labour force participation, employment prospects, earnings, when they're in good health versus when they're in poor health. And to reinforce that point, as I mentioned at the very beginning, this is a minority of the value of good health, right? This is the very narrow economic lens. But thinking in particular up here about the people who I'll call of sort of prime working age, which is, I think we're saying 25 to 49 years, and that counts me out. I'm not in that cohort. But for people who are in poor health, their participation rate in that age group was 43.4%, very low participation rate compared to 88% for those in good health. The unemployment rate for such people, 25%, compared to an unemployment rate for others in good health at around sub 4%. This is slightly outdated, so now that unemployment rate for everybody else would be even lower. There's also the tendency just to work fewer hours. So where people are in the labour force, if they are in poor health, they're tending to work part-time and fewer hours at that. So 43.9% of those in poor health were working part-time compared to about 27% of those in, this is self-reported, but good health. And you can calculate for different areas of disease or disability or illness what the participation deficit is. Like, what's the gap between the people who don't have that and the people who do? Now, for cancer, that was about 15.6 percentage points for people who, this is for people who are 25 to 54 years, and 26 percentage points for those 55 to 64. So it's the equivalent of saying, if the participation rate was 75% for everybody else, it's 60% for those with cancer. It was bigger for some other chronic conditions. It was bigger for osteoporosis. It was bigger for extreme mental illness. It was bigger for stroke victims, etc., but not insignificant for cancer as well. Where mental health comes into it as well, and of course often there are comorbidities with a health issue towards mental health as well, where there's a psychological disability, participation rates can be as low as 28% compared to 83% for those without. And of course there is a flow-on impact on carers, because carers have lower labour force participation themselves, around 56% compared to around 80%. So these are some of the things that contribute to those large estimated gains from improving poor health, or at least making some gains in terms of improving health, and the dividend that you get. And as I say, that's the economic dividend. The broader quality of life dividend is higher still. When we did Shifting the Dial, we don't have it, that's all right. We looked at we looked at a range of estimates of what might be achievable. We thought that a better health system, or more efficient health system, could save in the order of about $140 billion between 2020 and 2040 in net present value terms. It's probably as large a dividend as exists anywhere in the economy, just purely because health is such a large share now of the economy, large share of the government spend, and such a significant enabler of increased participation and productivity. I'll just finish on this observation because one of the things that is, of course, relevant is all of the social determinants of health. And I guess one of the things that people will point out when I've cited, for example, all those stats on low health status equals low economic participation, etc., is that people can make the observation, well, are you sure that the causation's running that way, or is it running a bit the other way? The people who are not participating in the labour force tend to therefore have lower health as a consequence, or more to the point, is it just correlated with some third thing? It's not that you're actually causing participation by boosting health. There's something in that, and it's a similar point to this, that a lot of what is driving health outcomes, or health outcomes are highly correlated with a range of other things: poor housing, low economic participation, poor built environment, low educational attainment, etc. Problematic social environment, being in the criminal justice system, all manner of things. And yes, you can sort of point that out. And I think that's an important observation to make. I don't think it undermines the case for strong investment in health. What it undermines is the idea that that health is at some level something that's fundamental, that you just change it and then all of the other things will fix themselves. It's not that we believe that. It's that we believe all of these things are kind of co-determined, they're all mutually reinforcing, but the optimal policy strategy is to be addressing all of them in their own way, and they will all to an extent be mutually reinforcing. So to finish off where I started, the task of making assessments about the value of various health impacts, as you know, is challenging. It's important not to take the estimates that one gets totally literally, but they're nonetheless important. It's important to impose a little bit of rigour so that we can make good, sound judgments about where health interventions might be of the highest possible value. But as I say, I think there is a strong case for the fact that a stronger and healthier population has significant economic dividends and significant social and personal dividends that go beyond that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael, thank you very much. Fascinating look at the inner workings of the system a little bit, and some observations about it. I thought I'd go back over a couple of those. You made the point about value versus cost, which is really the whole reason we're here today, to look at this kind of thing and the inevitability of the sort of clunkiness and feeling of cold and calculating decision making that underlies some of the way these decisions are made. It's interesting you're making the observation that health technology seems to raise costs, not reduce it. Maybe we can come back to that when we talk a bit later. It's very interesting, and how when you spoke about mental health, the sums don't always add up in terms of the estimates of value and the impacts of things on that value, on the monetary value. Also interesting that you noted that the raw economics are only the small part of that assessment, and the bigger part is the broader well-being. Thank you for being an economist who acknowledges that. You also made the observation about young people versus old people. It's a theme that's come up both in jest and seriously through the day today, and you made the point that there is a real world impact in terms of a longer lasting impact on when cancer afflicts, or when illness afflicts people at an earlier age, because it lasts for longer. Always a dangerous thing to ask people about what's important to them in the health system, because if you find out, you might have to do something about it. But you did note that I think the responses were staying independent, improving mental health, managing health conditions, and being more active. So yeah, little information is a dangerous thing, but it can be quite useful as well. You also made the point about the money flowing in health, and some of it unthinkingly, another area that can perhaps be unpacked. I won't go through all of the details of your talk, but I did also think it was important that you noted at the end there that we don't take estimates totally literally, but that they do provide a useful guide in working out this cost versus value equation. So thank you again very much for your input. Our next speaker today is Professor Zoe Wainer, Deputy Secretary for Public Health in the Victorian Government Department of Health. Zoe has previously worked as Director of Clinical Governance at Bupa Australia and New Zealand, as Chair of the Board of Dental Health Services Victoria and as Director on the Board of the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation. She also has a clinical background in cardiothoracic surgery and thoracic surgical oncology. Zoe will speak to us today about value-based healthcare. Welcome, Zoe.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honour to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to present to you all. I wish to start off by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge any First Nations people who are in the audience. It's a great pleasure for me to have an opportunity to share something I'm very passionate about, which is value-based healthcare, and it's probably value with a slightly different meaning. And thank you, Angus, for providing some fantastic examples for what I'm about to speak about. So before I go too much further, I would like to just thank some of my colleagues who I think are online as well today, who have contributed to a lot of this work. I think the value-based healthcare community is quite an amazing international community, and we really support each other and work closely together. And I know two of my colleagues, Sian and Russell, are in the audience as well, and Richard's always been such a supporter and champion as well. But also to thank my team in the department, Maria Bubnick and Holly Piontek Walker, Kate Gibson, as well as Steve Gilbert from Gilvan, and Sue McKee, the CEO of Dental Health Services, and I'll give you some examples of their fantastic work. So I thought I'd start by looking at our healthcare system about where we are now and what is the case for change. We have, as we've heard, a growing pressure from people suffering from chronic disease. We have an ageing population. We have rising inequalities, which we've seen COVID lay bare. We have increasing costs of care, and as Michael made the observation, technology seems to only increase those costs. And we have ongoing impacts of climate change, of which, you know, potentially we're seeing some of that with COVID, Japanese encephalitis, and other diseases that we are seeing impact our population's health and well-being. And we're trying to manage these and other impacts using a model that's no longer fit for purpose in our healthcare. It doesn't deliver the care and health outcomes that we, as clinicians and as patients, want to receive. We have a system that is focused on treating and paying, as Michael talked about, for episodic illness rather than keeping people well in the community. We have inappropriate incentives that prioritise the reward for activity, and whilst that's been a very powerful way of funding our system, we now realise that it's actually potentially driving low-value care and doing more rather than delivering better outcomes. We have a system that's focused on activity outputs or service performance rather than outcomes and experiences that matter to individuals, to populations and to communities. And as a result, the nature of patient journeys is unnecessarily complex, utilising a highly fragmented care delivery system that's organised around clinical disciplines, not the patient experience or the patient journey. I think we need to fundamentally start thinking differently about how we achieve the best health outcomes for our community. Central to that is understanding what health and care outcomes patients value most and prioritising that as a broader healthcare community. So this is touched on a little bit in Michael's presentation as well, but there isn't a correlation necessarily between a greater spend and better health outcomes. And there's no better country to illustrate this for us routinely as America. You can see them as a real outlier there. The only countries that are marginally on the right side of the line really are Sweden, Norway and Switzerland, where we're seeing potentially a greater correlation. Things are not going to improve unless we actually really start to challenge this and factor in issues such as the ageing population, increasing chronic illness and increasing costs of care. But we have to do it with the right principles in place in the first instance so that we can shift the result in terms of the value we get from our health spend, getting the best health outcome from the dollar that we have. So why do we need change? Obviously there are a number of primary factors driving the need for truly transformational change in our health system. As we've already touched on several times and is clearly a focus, is the rise and high cost of care. unwarranted variation and errors in care that drive low value delivery of care, fragmented and disjointed care delivery, changing expectations of patients, of clinicians and staff. You know, our patients want better health outcome. We have staff who are burnt out, who feel like they're not actually able to make a difference. And we have inappropriate incentives in our system driving volume and leading to cost shifting, and incremental solutions are just not going to work. We need genuine transformation across the system. So, you can tell me whether this is right or wrong. This is certainly some work that was done through Dental Health Services Victoria, which is the statewide public oral health sector in Victoria, and they wanted to understand what's a driver for change for patients, for consumers, citizens, clients, whichever language feels most appropriate. So as clinicians, you know, we sometimes assume that we have a shared understanding with patients about the outcomes that they value. While some of those on the list are obvious, none of them should be surprising. That patients want to enjoy life without poor health, to know how to prevent poor health so that they can be active participants in their well-being, to be supported to make good health choices, to have an active role in decision-making about their own health, to be listened to and have their views and their time respected, not have waiting rooms, for example, to have help from providers in the coordination of their care. Although if we had a truly high-functioning system, they wouldn't need coordination because the system would be organised around them. And to have providers come to them, rather than always this sense of travel, and gosh, haven't we seen rapid transformation of that during COVID-19, and how do we keep the best elements of that? So what about our clinicians? What's their experience of the system? So these are some of the things that they told us. Clinicians actually, they really genuinely want to improve health outcomes. They want to know how they're contributing to somebody's health and well-being. Isn't that why many of us, or all of us, chose to be in the profession? People repeatedly return for the same health problems, and that gives the clinician the sense that they're not actually getting there. We use the same approaches over and over, and we have a system that doesn't support clinicians to really deliver those health outcomes. They see and hear the wait lists growing, and they know the consequences of that is poorer health outcomes, and a frustration of being in a system where they can't actually influence that. That's certainly one of the reasons I chose to step out of the clinical role and into a system role. So what does the health system want to change, or those of us in policy roles? I mentioned earlier about rising consumer expectations and what some of those are, and they're not unreasonable expectations, and the system wants to be able to respond to those in a positive way. Again, we hear about the increasing costs across the board. Population growth and ageing, and how do we support our communities to be healthy? Yes, we have a long lifespan, but what's our health span like? Because my understanding is, in fact, Australia doesn't always perform as well as it could or should when it comes to the number of years spent healthy. We have the rapidly evolving technologies and the new medical knowledge that exists, but so often we can't access it, as we've heard, or optimise the use of it to really improve those health outcomes. We have uneven quality and significant variation in care and health outcomes. And one really powerful example of that is just looking at the difference between men and women with health outcomes. Both in cancer, as well as in cardiac disease and mental health, there are disparities between men and women, for both men and for women, where they have poorer outcomes. And we do have an increasing burden of chronic disease, where we need to think about a shift from cure to care, and again, focusing on the outcomes that patients, that our communities want. So what is value-based healthcare? It's a bit of the new black. I've heard the language lots, and I hear a lot of people talk about it, and it has many different meanings. So I thought I'd just start with a bit about the definition of, when I use the term value, what I'm referring to. And it references work that was done by Elizabeth Teisberg and Professor Michael Porter at Harvard Business School in early 2000s, and then built on in this framework that you see here around 6 principles. And I won't go into detail of all the principles there. But at the heart of it, it's about understanding the outcomes that matter to patients and improving those outcomes. It's about using what we know works in quality and safety in terms of improving and continuous improvement of care. But it also means bringing some business principles in, such as customer centricity. You know, I think the waiting room is such a good example, and I often think about if you took the way, in fact, there's a fantastic video on YouTube about what if restaurants operated the way that the healthcare system operates. It's worth Googling because it's really quite interesting and challenging, and needless to say, you get interrupted multiple times to ask ask about your allergies during your meal, which I'm sure those of us who've been patients know what that's like. But it's also about how do we use theories like competition theory so that we think about and deliberately design our system so that the incentives of all the stakeholders are aligned to a good health outcome for the patient. And whilst that's the desire of the stakeholders now, we're not always actually incentivising appropriately in that direction or aligning that. We actually have a system where we have incentives diametrically opposed at times, and that also means that stakeholders inherently don't trust each other in that system. So how do we bring these principles together? And you can see there are 6 principles in a framework there. Lots of them aren't new to healthcare or to business. But they are new in how they're bringing them together in that framework. So what does value-based healthcare offer? So it offers the opportunity to shift the health system from one that's driven by volume, driven by activity, as we've heard, to one that's driven by value, focusing on the aspirational goals of the Institute of Health Improvement, triple aim, around improving the health care, improving health outcomes and optimising the investment, as well as recognising the really important 4th principle of provider and clinician satisfaction. The concept of value in healthcare has been around for a long time, and as I said, it has many different definitions. And it is preceded by various movements such as evidence-based decision-making, quality improvement, and of course, performance management. A value-based approach builds on those movements and through meaningful engagement with people and populations, places an emphasis on the outcomes that matter to patients and importantly, equity in those outcomes as well. Value in the simple equation that we see here brings together that business thinking I referred to and the healthcare expertise around quality and safety. And by broadening the scope of costs to be not just the cost of delivering care, and importantly, that isn't the price, that isn't the funding, that's literally what does it cost the system to deliver that health outcome. We can actually broaden that, and I acknowledge the work of Anna-Greta Hunter and Angie Bone in my team, who's been doing work around this as well, about thinking about the environmental, the social, and the financial costs of delivering those outcomes as well. So I think it's really important that value in this setting, and I know this audience understands this very deeply, is not about cost saving. It's about the wisest investment for the best health outcome that we can achieve, and that health outcome, importantly, being the one that matters to patients. So why is measuring outcomes important? Measuring how well the patient gets as a result of their care rather than the process conformance is really vital to understanding what led to that desired outcome. In fact, Stefan Larsen, who is the Global Partner for Health at BCG, made an observation that in healthcare we measure process. We're wedded to measuring process. And in fact, all that does is stifle innovation. If we focus on the good health outcome and we encourage clinicians and patients to work together to work out what different processes might arrive at that we actually can get much better health outcomes as a consequence. It allows and fosters the innovation. It's necessary to collect outcomes that matter to each stakeholder as well, and that goes back to the incentivisation element and using some of the elements of competition theory. The Martini Clinic here is a really famous example of this. They implemented the 6 principles of value-based healthcare and they are a prostate cancer surgery centre in Germany, and they measure the outcomes that matter to men. Now, I think it's important to recognise that these are actually only showing you the negative outcomes. Part of the work of value-based healthcare is to actually say, what are the positive health outcomes and how do we start to measure that? Again, healthcare is very focused on measuring the absence of negative outcomes. But I don't know anyone who goes into surgery thinking, gee, I hope I don't go to ICU, I hope I don't get readmitted. You go in with a vision of the positive health outcome you want. But here we're only mentioning the negative ones, and we can talk about the positive a bit later. And they compared population-level data looking at 1-year incontinence and 1-year severe erectile dysfunction after prostate cancer surgery. And you can see how much better the Martini Clinic is in those results. And this does a few things. Firstly, I know that, talking about competition theory, I know Australian men who know about this data, who go to the Martini Clinic for their care because they're aware of how good those health outcomes are. Imagine if we had that across healthcare more broadly in Australia. And the other thing it does is it drives other healthcare providers to want to be aspirational and understand why the Martini Clinic is getting such good outcomes. It attracts the best clinicians, but it also means it went from a mid-sized cancer centre to one of the largest in the world in just under a decade, because it's really competing on outcomes that matter to the patients. I think in terms of thinking about what outcomes can be measured, and this is a really important element because, as I said, we're not routinely very good at measuring the outcomes that matter to patients. There are three key categories that are being worked up by the University of Texas Dell Medical School with Professor Elizabeth Teisberg, who are grappling with how do we actually measure what matters to patients and actually take the patient lens, not just the disease lens. And so they talk about capability, and this is over the full cycle of care. And that's the ability for patients to be able to do what matters most to them. And that's about better functional outcomes, the ability to do things. And sometimes that means not being disease or condition free, but having it managed in a way that allows them to have as functional and productive life as possible. It's about comfort, less burden of disease, less physical suffering and less emotional angst. And it's about calm. Can life go on during treatment of disease? Less burden of the treatment on the person, the patient, their community and their family. Less time, less hassle. How do we support that? There's a really powerful illustration for me around remembering the outcomes that matter to patients in work that Dental Health Services Victoria did, where they set up a value-based healthcare team and they had one of the patients come in and she had one not many teeth on her lower jaw, and one was cracked and it wasn't functioning, it was giving her pain, and they asked her, you know, what was the problem, and they actually asked things like, can you eat? Can you drink? Does it stop you talking properly or feeling socially confident? These are things we've never really thought about in oral healthcare before. We think about how many teeth do you have and how many fillings do you have, but not the functional elements. Anyway, they got very busy making her a lower denture until someone said, hang on guys, we're the value-based healthcare team. Do we actually know what this patient wants? And they went back and said to her, what is the outcome you want? And she said, I just need that tooth capped because I can eat, I can drink, I can smile, I can talk. So we were about to completely fail the value equation. We were about to undertake an expensive procedure to provide her with something that wouldn't give her the health outcome she wanted, and she would have left that consultation with the problem that she still had. So I think this is another really powerful example and case study from the Netherlands. Diabeta is a paediatric endocrinologist who tells a lovely story about wanting to be able to create team-based environments, to bring his team around a table. So he went to the hospital that he was working in and said, could I please buy a round table, or could they buy a round table? And they said, no, you know, anyone who's worked in a hospital understands this conversation. No, we can't do that. And he said, well, what if I buy the table? And they said, no, we can't do that either, because then we've got to insure it and it's an asset. And all the barriers to trying to create team-based care, which are, you know, felt truly obviously bureaucratic in that sense. And so he said, all right, I'll go and set up my own practice. So he and a colleague went and set up Diabeta, and they built it on the principles of value-based healthcare. Deeply embedded those principles of patient centricity and involving the family, because obviously it was paediatric care as well. And whilst this isn't necessarily an outcome per se, a positive health outcome, this is the HbA1c, so a measure of the control of the blood glucose of these children, and you can see how much better Diabeta is at in comparison to other providers. Now, what this did was in the Netherlands, basically it's predominantly private health insurance-based funding mechanism, and the insurer looked at this data and they said, well, hang on a second, we can actually model how much healthier these kids are going to be in a decade. So we can actually estimate how much money we're going to save. So they actually went into a 10-year profit-sharing agreement with Diabeta, as long as they maintained that differential in terms of their good health outcomes. And to me, that's such a beautiful example of where you're starting to align the incentives. The insurer or the payer, whether it's a government or a private insurer, is able to save money so that they can actually reinvest that money in better health outcomes. The clinician gets the satisfaction of seeing the really good health outcomes, as well as getting a profit share. And the patients have the, you know, much better health outcomes and long-term future health vision as well. So just a little bit on understanding cost in value-based healthcare. It does get confused with funding. It does get confused with price. When we talk about cost, we actually mean the cost of delivering the care. And why that's so powerful is this is actually about giving clinicians on the front line the tools to understand where they're investing their time as a cost. And some really elegant, again, case studies about when you can help clinicians understand that level of detail of the investment that they're making, that they change their models of care because they realise they're actually not driving the best health outcomes with the investment either of financial resources or time resources that they have available. And then we can think about the funding, and that's a different process again. But it's about giving our clinicians the tools. And I get very frustrated when I hear people say, oh, clinicians aren't interested in costs. They don't really engage with it. Well, sure, when we give them things like NWAS or WEAS from Victoria or various other kind of mechanisms that we've worked out for funding. But when you give them meaningful cost data, it actually changes how they deliver their care. So what does a system built on value-based healthcare look like in practice? It's about care that's designed with and around the person. At Dental Health Services, we did a really important piece of work. We learnt very quickly that we didn't understand co-design, and we went out and spoke to the vulnerable communities who were the priority populations. And we learnt things like, that we didn't know, assumptions we'd made. People without homes are incredibly busy. It's very hard to get the basic resources you need when you don't have a home. Dental Health Services was sitting there waiting for people to come to us because we thought that that's just how you do care. And we learnt, in fact, that's a fundamental barrier for some of our communities. So truly designing care with consumers or with patients. In this system, the right care is provided to the right person at the right time, in the right location, by the right clinician. Value is used to measure effective and efficient resource utilisation and investment and outcomes that matter most to patients. Continuous measurement is utilised to improve care and remove unwarranted variation. Prevention and early intervention are prioritised at an individual and a population level, and prevention is seen as part of a person's journey in their care and health and wellbeing. And care is integrated, coordinated, and based on risk assessments. A benefit of focusing on health outcomes for the patient, for people, for our community is seeking that we return to the goal of health as a fundamental function of the role of the health system, not just, as Michael articulated, responding reactively to illness, helping people live healthy, happy lives. But there are other benefits too. Aligning with purpose to help people with their health concerns can also be an antidote to clinician burnout. This is why clinicians got involved. Never before has this been more of an issue for our workforce at the moment. And because the person is genuinely at the centre of the system, and the system is designed and organised around the person with their outcomes understood and their care designed to meet those desires. And we did a really interesting piece of work in the Victorian Government called COVID Positive Pathways, where we looked at how do we actually triage people appropriately who test positive with COVID, how do we try to keep them out of the hospital system wherever possible. And it's the first time, certainly in my experience in healthcare, where I have genuinely seen primary care, community care, tertiary care join up as a system around the individual and meet their needs, and mostly that meant being able to keep them in the home. Thank you so much for listening and for your time today. Really appreciate it. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Zoe. It's so good to get an idea about the difference between, I think you said, cost and price, and how we assess value in amongst all of that, and the importance of having the patient at the centre and the outcomes you can achieve, not only in terms of their clinical care and their psychological wellbeing and the impact of that on their physical health as well, but the financial, the bottom line, it's benefits from the centrality of a patient in the system. So thank you very much for that. So we're going to have another chat now to discuss what we've heard so far in session 3 on how to value a life and the benefits of patient-centred care and how we can achieve it. I'm going to welcome back some of the speakers we've just heard this afternoon, first of all, and I'll get them to jump in their chairs as I name them. Michael Brennan, Chair of the Productivity Commission, Peter Orchard, CEO of Canteen, Professor Zoe Wainer, we just heard from the Victorian Department of Health, and I'd also like to introduce Kirsten Pilati, Chief Executive of Breast Cancer Network Australia. Kirsten has a strong understanding of the cancer sector, having spent over a decade at BCNA and 5 years at Cancer Council Victoria. Welcome to you all. I'm going to jump in the chair myself now. Spare me a second. Now, at lunch we had that report, Counting the Cost, that was launched officially on the social and economic return on investment in terms of cancer therapies, particularly focused on people with young children, but we can extrapolate a bit beyond that, and I'll just remind you that it talked about investment that improves the survival of non-curative cancer beyond 5 years. At every $1 invested returned $3.06 in social value, which is a powerful reminder, again, of what we're talking about. But I'm going to read a quote from that to sort of start off, because I think it sets the tone of what we're talking about today. When the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee determines a drug to not be cost effective for a particular type of cancer, people die and families are torn apart unless they can raise the many thousands of dollars required to self-fund their treatment each month. And we've heard examples of that, including most recently from Angus. Yet in many cases, the impact of those treatments on their lives and the benefits for their families are considerable and long-lasting, particularly for children. In other words, not improving the quality of life and prolonging the survival of people diagnosed with cancer costs more than the financial investment in the treatment intervention. Whether we recognise that and how we assess the cost effectiveness of that treatment in the future through our health technology assessment processes speaks volumes about the value we place on a person's life and the impact of spending more time with their families. I want to sort of go back to first principles, I guess, and maybe ask a sort of a very basic question to start with. We'll see who'd like to answer it. But we'd love to fund everything. Is it realistic? Can anyone tell me? Is it realistic to think that we can fund and subsidise all cancer treatments for all patients? Because really, that's the most horrible of the horrible questions underpinning the whole system. I don't know, Michael, do you want to start with?
Sure. So sadly, I think the answer is no. Or at least you can't just unambiguously say, yeah, you know, it's just as simple as that. Let's just fund everything. And I know you had the PBOC session earlier, but to me, the challenge is thinking hard about what the differences might be between the sorts of listing deliberations you have around, I'll call it a kind of run-of-the-mill drug on the PBS, where you're thinking about quality-adjusted life years, it's a statin, it's a this, that, or the other, versus the drugs where the stakes might just be a lot higher, right? So it's lives, and there's something a bit more fundamental about it. And you know, at various times the PBS has had that attempt to try and parcel off, you know, do we need a special set of considerations to apply to life-saving, high-cost life-saving drugs, or you know, drugs that will inevitably only be focused on a small part of the population, and allow for the fact that there has to be a bit of flexibility and maybe some different considerations that apply in those instances, but still trying to put a framework around it. So I think, yeah, the mistake would be to be totally one size fits all, the total kind of economic rationalist, no, it doesn't add up. You do need to think differently about some drugs and some circumstances than others. You do need a bit of flexibility. But there will be, at the end of the day, there'll be some framework you have to put around it. There will be some choices, and some of them won't be easy. And you know, it will mean that you're approving some things that have a higher cost than a lot of run-of-the-mill drugs. But yeah, can you fund absolutely everything? Well, sadly, probably not. There will be things where a line will have to be drawn, I suspect.
And I think the challenge is that, and it's interesting for breast cancer to be on a panel for rare cancers.
Yeah.
And I've heard often today, and I think we hear it through the whole industry of, you know, the large tumour groups, of which I'm well aware that I'm representing that group. But the more and more we understand about cancer, the more rare cancers evolve. And so some of the big tumour groups are now dealing, you know, our people living with metastatic disease are clearly more relatable to rare cancers than they are to the early breast cancer setting. So the more research we know about specific tumour types, the more rare and rare it's going to become. So the system is going to become more and more difficult to get up in the current way we evaluate all drugs. So absolutely everyone is going to be in the same situation, no matter what kind of disease you get, the more we know about that.
Yes, so the more sophisticated our tools become for drilling down into different kinds of cancers, the more each one will become very specialised, and we will stop talking about cancers as being lung cancer, breast cancer, one big generic group, that there will be smaller groups, and that the challenge, I guess, in volumetric assessment comes in there. Peter, you're also, at the coalface of dealing with people facing this problem. Where, if I say to you, where do we draw the line? How do we draw the line? What do you say?
I think we need to change how we assess. So I think the assessment process needs to incorporate the types of values and the types of costings that we've included in the report that we've released today. And I agree with both Kirsten and Michael, which is there are going to be some cancers which they are rarer, and that is true for adolescents and young adults who their cancers. It's true for probably many of the people in this room. The cost equation is always going to be stacked against them. So we heard Sarah just describe in such a compelling way her many years of lived life, but out of her pocket, and she's going, but it's not fair, it's not right, and she's absolutely right, because the person in the house next to her might have had a cancer that's in one of the larger groups and had access to many pharmaceutical options to treat that cancer. She's got a very rare cancer, and it came out of her pocket. So we need to set it up so that somehow that can be addressed, because she is living a very full life. She is an absolutely wonderful contributor to the community. Same for Joey. Palliative in 2015, 7 years though of providing incredible value to this community. And so yes, we can't blanket say, well, any drug that comes across the counter, we will say it's suitable for all cancers, we don't care, and anyone can use it. You still need good clinical judgment on that, and you still need to think about it carefully. But we understand the genetics of cancer more, so we can start to then think about how we approve cancer pharmaceuticals on that basis. In the past, we're going, okay, this is just approved for bowel cancer, as opposed to, it was great to hear Andrew talking today about, we're now looking at PD-1 inhibitors and how we provide access through the PBS for them.
And I think another thing that Andrew from the PBAC brought up was this issue of inflexibility in the system. Zoe, earlier, Andrew spoke about, as I understood it, some of the difficulties in the system being set up to be based on the nature of a submission from a pharmaceutical company, and that for reasons of practicality from the company's point of view, in terms of getting something approved, they might put in a submission, as I understand it, with a sort of narrow application to one kind of cancer, when it might actually be applicable to other kinds of cancer in those smaller groups, like the groups that you were just talking about, Kirsten, but it's not approved for that. What do you think about how the system is set up? Do you think it could benefit from something inbuilt? And he's making the point quite fairly. He's making the point that they're at the end of the line in terms of the assessment, that there's governments making law and other stages in the process. But can we adjust the system to build in more flexibility so that we don't have to depend on clinical trials of very, very small groups that are really never going to occur, and you'll end up with a drug that could be applicable to another group only funded for this group?
I think there's a huge opportunity to think about how we can do the system differently, and I know that a lot of industry is really interested in how we think about risk sharing in some of those spaces, financially speaking, so that we can really focus on an outcome base and recognise how we can build that into some of the assessment processes. I mean, I think I made the point, but it's an observation I had an opportunity to make in a pretty high-level forum about value-based healthcare, and we had industry and we had government and we had not-for-profit and we had consumers around the table. And it was really clear that whilst individuals trusted each other in the conversation because they knew each other, the system was designed so that they couldn't trust each other. And I think part of what you're talking to is inherent in that we actually really need to think about how do we align the stakeholders' incentives about the outcome that matters to the patient.
Yeah, and I think yesterday we met around the Australian Cancer Plan, and there was some discussion in the chat that actually PBAC are doing some great things about trying to involve consumer groups earlier in their decision making, and I think we want to encourage that. But it is actually about those meetings before the submissions come up, and it's, it is getting in what matters to patients before submissions are being put together so that we can have a united front, but keep that independencies that are important in the system. But I just wonder, because speed is a real issue right now and is possibly one we can deal with.
At which point in the process, or all
the whole way through? So very quick snapshot. So we have a zoledronic acid. We know it can reduce the risk of recurrence of breast cancer. So you would think pretty important investment to make. Not enough trials around. No pharmaceutical company are going to benefit financially from it. And the perversity of the system is that unless there's commercial interest for everyone, why would they put it up? We've ended up finding someone to do it. And then TGA turn around and say, well, it's going to take 222 days for us to review a drug that has been working for like decades. Yet we have to now wait another 200 days to review it. It's a ridiculous system. So I think speed is really important, and that to get speed, we're all going to need to invest in that. To get a managed access program, we've all got to be prepared to put some skin in the game to say if it's not working, then we've all got to play the part of pulling it out of the system. It's challenging, but I think it's one that we need to think about. If speed is to getting drugs to patients is really important, then we need to rethink the way we're currently working the system while we look for a better way longer term.
Were you going to say something, Peter?
Yeah, so I was thinking about when, was it Rick Padsur, who heads up the oncological arm of the Food and Drug Administration, came out to Australia, and it was pre-COVID possibly, I can't remember, I'm losing track, but he was talking about his driver is how quickly he can get drugs out to patients. So that's the thing he is most focused on, is trying to get new drugs out to cancer patients that may have a positive impact and collect further data as they are taking the drugs and using them. I think he's got a team of 100 oncologists sitting behind him to assist with the assessment process. So that then means the speed with which those new pharmaceuticals are assessed and taken through to the point where they can be released to patients is much shorter. And so they're doing that very quickly. They're also trying to assist other countries by involving Australia and New Zealand, and there was another country they mentioned in their discussions, and I think they meet monthly to try and update our countries on their assessments and their progress and their findings. So it does also beg the question of why does every country have to assess it completely separately from themselves? And, you know, maybe the FDA's 100 oncologists might have a better crack at it than our 2.5 people sitting in Canberra.
Zoe, and then I was going to ask Michael, do we need to shop around internationally then? Do we need to get our heads together? Can I just ask you that first? Yeah. Well, is there a solution to that?
So I'm no expert, but it does seem that, and this is replete across a range of regulatory areas. Right. Where, you know, what is, I mean, just to tell a little parable, right?
Please.
The last couple of years, the various state treasurers got together and at long last sort of cracked the question of automatic mutual recognition of a whole range of occupational licences, right? So if you're licensed as a plumber in South Australia, why can't you practice in Victoria? Just sort of as of right, whatever. As a principle, it's a really good one because what it really goes to is trust. If I say that South Australia's got a robust system to, accredit a plumber, I'm not going to kind of kid myself that I'm so much better as a Victorian or something, then why not? And I think, you will have some instances where you can make a case that there's a population difference, I guess, around, an Indigenous population in a particular country, or that, there will be some genetic issues or whatever. But for the most part, why we can't have greater trust and recognition of robust overseas standard setting, I think it's quite a big agenda, to be honest, across a whole range of regulatory issues, and drugs are one that come up a lot.
Thanks. Zoe, you were going to say something?
I think there's a real opportunity to learn from COVID in this space because we saw very rapid adoption of technology that was taking, well,
we all got on with it. Amazing.
We all got on with it. Telehealth, who would have thought it was that easy as just turning it on? But we also saw the same...
I know people who still don't love it, can I say?
Yes, they don't love hospitals either.
No.
But, you know, I think that how do we actually learn from that speed to market of the vaccine development to, you know, to getting it into people's arms, and same with the antivirals. There's the real opportunities for us to capitalise on what we saw happen because the level of risk was so high to our community that drove it. But I think it's really important for us to learn those lessons and take them forward.
But it requires greater transparency, and everyone has to commit to having skin in the game. And I think that's where that trust element that Zoe spoke about. We've got work to do around trust and the way the system can actually work, and that means having conversations earlier, not at the end, which is what's actually happening right now.
Yeah, it does strike me there's a little bit of the old ambulance at the bottom of the cliff idea about this. So let's talk about transparency. Why is the system not transparent, and at what points of the system do we need to make changes to improve that? And any of you?
Well, I'll just make a note and then I might throw it to Zoe. But I love that we're measuring outcomes. I don't actually think we measure outcomes in cancer care right now. We measure activity, but there's pockets of activities, you know, measurements of outcomes, but there's not a consistent approach to measuring out. I mean, we don't even know how many people are living in this country with metastatic disease. Like that. How do we measure outcomes when we don't know the base number?
That's a data collection problem, is it not?
Yeah, but that's about that transparent. There's so many elements of transparency that play into that. And as Michael said, that interconnectivity with the whole system that's so disparate, the states, federally, and then international layer.
And again, we don't incentivise the collection or understanding of outcomes either. You know, we punish hospitals for having hospital-acquired complications. We don't say, hang on a second, we actually probably need to invest more in that hospital if it's struggling. So we actually inadvertently, you know, set up kind of gaming of the system so that people feel not safe to say, actually, we're not getting great outcomes, how do we improve? How do we move more to a carrot than a stick approach as a system, I think would really assist with some of the transparency in those elements.
Doesn't this come back in the end to the fact that that trying to define value is very subjective, trying to define cost effectiveness is very subjective, because by what measure? And maybe the lack of transparency is because it's easier to make some of the hard grey area decisions away from the public eye. I was thinking about what Anne said earlier, I think about having a patient committee make these decisions. And now if I was on the patient committee, I'd be funding the neuroendocrine cancer advocacy, of course. But, you know, there'll be other people who have different priorities. Is there a non-subjective way to balance up these wicked issues? How do we do that in a system? Can we do it better than we are doing it? And how do we do it? Aside from the transparency issue, but in that definitional question of value and cost effectiveness, because we seem to not, I think the arguments today have been that we're not prioritising the wrong thing, or we're defining value in a very monetary sense and not a broader sense. So in real terms, how can we make that change? Yes, this is the problem. Right? Or maybe it's just my inarticulate question.
Well, I think Andrew was saying, you know, that work needs to be done on the framework and work needs to be done on the legislation that governs him. As he very clearly describes, he is implementing a system that is handed to him. So when it comes to PBAC's role, the structure, the framework is handed to him. There is a little flexibility in there, but it's quite set, and it was set quite a long time ago, even though they've tinkered with it a bit. It's now taking that system and re-looking at that system of assigning value or allocating value on what you value in that process. And I think we saw really clearly, and the report argues really clearly, I think that when a person in a family gets cancer, the whole family is impacted, and that then has impacts on the system, whether it's health system, their participation in employment or their participation in education. So we need to take that framework and revisit that, and I hope that that's what the Health Technology Assessment Review process will do. And as part of that, build into it, as Kristen is talking about, earlier opportunities for patient input. And yes, you know, everyone's going to have a perspective, but I can't remember who it was, they said that already values are driving, people's values are driving the system already. So it's really just reassessing what values are being held up higher than others in that process.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the inherent assumptions in your question is that subjectivity is a bad thing. And I think, in fact, if we think about some of the principles I was talking about that's evolving in value-based healthcare, it's actually about understanding outcomes for each actor in the sector, including consumers, including their families, including doctors, including the broader health practitioners and the system as well, because that's actually how we start to align the incentives, when we understand the outcomes that matter to each player in the sector.
Yeah, can you talk a bit more about those conflicting incentives you mentioned and how the incentives are doing the wrong thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the ones that comes to my mind, which is obviously, relatively public challenge, is around device companies and insurers. Now, device companies, obviously, they're a profit organisation, and so they charge for their device. The insurer doesn't want to pay that much. So you've absolutely got a challenge in terms of their incentives of these two organisations with a patient in the middle. And I think it's about, if you can actually say it's the patient outcome that everybody needs to focus on, or the patient journey. And that, obviously at a system level, that can't be an individual, but it has to be informed by individuals' outcomes that matter. That actually then starts to align the incentives, if that's what the agreed driver is, or the agreed outcome that we want.
Michael, you've worked in a lot of agencies that are very numerically focused, can I say? Would you say there is an acceptance in different levels of government, acknowledging that Zoe also works within government, but would you say there's an acceptance of a need to try and encompass these more nebulous ideas about value and to shift the system? And if there is, why haven't we moved? What is it just too hard, or what is it?
So I think there is. I think there's a strong understanding of, for example, the need to shift to a more, Zoe's point, a more value-based healthcare system. And to be frank, it's partly because I think policymakers can see that there is maybe not a fiscal dividend, but there's just a much better set of outcomes that you can get for the dollar spent. So I think when you point out where the incentives just misalign, like activity, it's just activity, right? The 30-minute consult in the GP world, right? That may or may not be the most efficient thing. Treating people in public hospitals is probably not the most efficient way of dealing with a whole range of things. I think that does appeal to policymakers. The thing that, and it goes a little bit to the point I was trying to make earlier about mental health, when you're trying to have a go at estimating the cost, estimating the value of different interventions, I'll say this in defence of people who work in the Department of Finance, right? They see a lot of this stuff, in fairness. They see a lot of quite self-interested sectors coming to them saying, oh, we've got a study by esteemed, consultants showing that there's just huge value in funding us.
So they're trying not to be captured by any one group.
Correct. And I think one of the things, the point I was making earlier about the mental health thing is, okay, do the analysis. Don't take it too literally, but do try and look at some of the underpinnings about what is the point we're trying to make about mental health. Part of the point we're trying to make about mental health, unlike most other chronic diseases, it's hitting people at a relatively young age. That's why you can kind of see that there would logically be a much greater cost over the lifetime than there is for a range of other chronic diseases. I think the point you're making, Peter, is an excellent one about, is cancer different in this sense that there may be a whole range of other pharmaceutical interventions that just don't have quite that dimension around this impact across as I think the document sort of says, it can sort of tear the family apart, right? Well, that's that point about being able to distinguish, the point about saying, that we're getting at numbers here that are telling an underlying truth. I think that's almost what you need. But it is hard. I kind of understand the scepticism that you can get in the PBACs of this world, the departments of finance, etc. Zoe mentioned the challenges of getting Victorian Treasury on board,
When you run a transformation, which is what we're trying to do, you can't do it in small steps. So we kind of need the big picture to be clear about what it is we're trying to do. And then it is going to be a change management program. And that, I don't think we've got the clear end picture in mind of how everything intersects.
So we need to set the destination.
Yeah,
Be
and
clear
work
about it.
backwards, because otherwise we're just trying to chip around at the edges rather than if transformation's what we want in this area. Like anyone doing a digital transformation knows you need the vision and then you work back, and sometimes you're going to stand something up and close something down, or other times you're going to move slowly towards it. And I feel like we don't have that clear end in mind to then work back from.
Right.
The real vision.
Zoe?
I mean, I kind of came across the principles of value-based healthcare when I was still a clinician, active clinically, and they made a lot of sense to me. What really surprised me was my biggest champions in the private sector were the CFOs and the actuaries, because they deeply understand from a risk perspective and from a modelling perspective, if we can get the best health outcome the first time round, we are going to save money. And so I think that's the point of the model and the framework and the transformation that you speak of, is it's not an either or. It's actually how do we do this together effectively to meet both those needs.
It's a bit like insurance companies being at the forefront ahead of governments on working out that climate change is something that needed to be addressed. Anyway, I'll make that as a comment. We're out of time, but I was going to put all of you on the spot, but I think, Peter, I'll just put you on the spot at the end here, if you don't mind. If I gave you a blank piece of paper and said, we're going to redesign the health system to better suit the patients, the people you deal with, what would you put at the top there? What would you say to do first?
You really don't want to have the situation we have now, where you have people so heavily out of pocket to survive when other people right next to them being treated for cancer, but it might be a cancer for which there is a PBS-assisted pharmaceutical, would be treated and have no cost. So fundamentally, I think there are those disparities that we have to really look to find creative ways to address. Will it all be through the PBS? I don't know that answer. I think because we are dealing with some rare cancers, and so maybe the model that we're using, and I think Michael was alluding to it too, that we're using for the PBS works well when we've got larger cancer types, and so then you get that volume, and so you get the sort of cost-benefit analysis working. But we are always going to have smaller cancers that need to be addressed, and so at the moment they're being left out of it. We have to fix that.
So maybe some kind of parallel funding mechanism that works in conjunction with the PBS to deal with special...
Potentially,
in a more structured way than we have now. Right. Well, there's something to think about. That's all we have time for with the discussion, but can you thank our panel, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. You're free to go. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. I hope you think it was. I think it was. A very interesting discussion. Thank you again to the panel and to all our speakers and panel guests who've given up their time to be part of our event today. We're in the home stretch now. Thank you again for your attention. It's very clear that the costs of cancer are not just financial, and that as human beings we know that the value of a life goes far beyond simple economics. So if I can summarise the message here today, it's that we have to find a way to balance the financial cost of investing in emerging cancer treatments with the immense benefits gained when a person's cancer can be successfully treated and when the patient can be placed at the centre of the care, as we've heard. And the case has been put for designing a system that better values Australian lives. Rare Cancers Australia, who I can speak on behalf of briefly, hopes today's event can contribute to understanding how that can be achieved. And I'm going to welcome back now to the stage Christine Coburn to conclude today's event. As I mentioned earlier, Christine is General Manager at Rare Cancers Australia and oversees the delivery of patient support programs and resource development at RCA. I'm going to be handing over to her to close off the proceedings, so I would like to thank you on my own behalf for your attention and attendance today, both online and here in person. Welcome, Christine.
Long day, nearly there. RCA would like to thank you all for joining us here at Australian Parliament House to continue the tradition of the CANFORUM and disruptive conversations. A very special thanks to Sean, Sarah and Angus for honouring us with your stories. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you. I'd also like to thank everybody with an experience of cancer that's travelled to Canberra today to join us, and those online. Once again, we are advocating on behalf of people who are living with rare cancers. We're not doing this for no reason. So it's incredibly supportive of our work that we are working together with you and that you are here today with us. Thank you. Thank you to, thank you. Thanks Chris, Zoe, Peter, Anne, Hayley, Andrew and Michael for speaking here today. Certainly disruptive and thought-provoking conversation. Thank you so much. Imagine if all conversations were so respectful and multifaceted. It would just be incredible. In this building. You're listening up there? Karen Middleton, thank you so much for your MC work today. You've been a pleasure to work with. All the best for tomorrow. Thank you. I really want to throw a shout out to the RCA team. This has taken about a year to organise and just a few hours to wrap up. So RCA team, consummate professionals, I'm very, very proud to work with you. Thank you so much for everything you've done to bring us all together today. Just in wrapping up, we all know that seatbelts save lives. We know that sunscreen prevents skin cancer and pool fences prevent drowning deaths. But the truth is there's no prevention that we know of yet that would have prevented a young Perth father we support from developing anaplastic hemangiopericytoma. That's just one of the 250 different cancers that we support at Rare Cancers Australia. And I want to throw all the childhood cancers into that as well. There is no preventative measure that would have helped those people, those families and those patients that we know of. It is right and good that public health focuses on preventing illness in the first place. There can be no denial that it creates greater health outcomes, but it cannot be the only conversation. Our community needs treatment. And it needs it in a timely manner. It needs it in a way that's affordable, and our community is not just a handful of people, it's 1/3 of all cancer diagnoses. And as Kirsten quite rightly pointed out, that number's growing, the more we know. We would not be doing our job if we did not view the HTA review as an opportunity to aggressively advocate for change. For the populations who, in the words of Professor David Thomas, had genetic bad luck. Their cancer puzzles may be harder to solve, but their lives are not less valuable. The report we've launched today with Canteen speaks the language of policy and decision makers. Investment. If that's the equation that makes sense to them, that is the language we will speak. There are ways to measure what matters to our society in the 21st century. And there are solutions that exist. We need to work together to make sure that every Australian has the chance they deserve. You can download the report from our website, probably Canteen's website too, if I'm not mistaken. Please do download it and take a look. I'd like to close in the words of one of our most passionate advocates who sent us a message in the last 24 hours regarding CANFORUM. She's been involved for some time. Thank you for gathering up all our voices and making sense of them and valuing every one of us and fighting on behalf of us who are living on a knife edge. You all have been part of that today, so thank you very much for joining us here at CANFORUM 2022. Those of you who are here in person, please join us for some networking in the Mural Hall and continue the conversations. And those of you online, thank you very much for spending so much time with us today. Thank you all. You can go up through the back doors for the networking event and somebody will show you where to go, I assume. And please have your yellow passes visible. Is that it? Okay, thank you.